Kia ora, good morning everyone. Welcome to the Council meeting of Tuesday the 26th of August 2025. In terms of health and safety, if the alarm sounds, please make your way to the nearest exit, and the assembly point is down on Devonport Road towards the Strand. Please be aware this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Members, could you please remember to speak clearly into your microphones and only one speaker at a time for clarity. Please make sure your mobile phones are off. Thank you very much. I'll pass to Councillor Rolleston for opening karakia. Thank you.
Tēnā koe mahe, e te iwi tēnā koutou, kia noi tātou. Tui runga, tui raro, tui roto, tui e waho, karongo te ao, karongo te pō, haumi e, hui e, taiki e.
We have apologies from our Deputy Mayor, Jen Schooler, and Councillor Hautapu Baker. Is there any further apologies? So everyone else is here. Can I have a mover and second to accept those apologies, please? Councillor Kurak, Councillor Schooler, thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried, thank you. We have no public forum this morning. Acceptance of late item. There are no late items, but I just note there are two supplementary agendas that were circulated on Thursday the 21st of August, and one public and one publicly excluded. And then the report included in the open supplementary report is Local Waters Done Well, Water Services Delivery Plan and Commitment Agreement. Confidential business to be transferred in the open. Is there any? No. Changes to the order of business. There'll be a couple of changes this morning. We will take item 11.3 first, which is a concept design for New Zealand Institute of Marine Futures. Alistair Jones and Joseph McFarlane will join at the table when we discuss that item. Then we will do the Local Waters Done Well Water Services Delivery Plan and Commitment Agreement, and we'll have a lunch break at 12:30. After lunch, assuming we're still going by then, we'll take the publicly excluded 13.2 digital program, which Pete will be joining us online. So that's a little bit of a rundown of what we'll do today and how we'll do it. I just ask now, there's minutes of the council meeting held on the 5th of August 2025. That is 7.1, and I'll get you a page number. Is on page, no, the minutes.
Yeah, page 8.
Yep, page 8, sorry. There was just a couple, I think, around the timestamp. When it's just how we've listed it, timestamp, just .5 is at 5 minutes. Just might be good to put a 0 in so we can. There's a couple of those when 13. We just make it a little bit clearer where those are, or 15 minutes or whatever it is. Is there any further recommendations or corrections to the minutes? If there's not, I'm happy to move that those are a true and correct record. Councillor Roseburn will second that. All those in favour that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 5th of August 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Aye. Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Is there any declarations of conflicts of interest today?
Three, Mahe, Mayor, one registration of interest. The director of Tauranga Campus, Joseph McFarlane, is my first cousin, and they're part of the presenting of the report today. I am comfortable to partake in the discussion of the reports. That's it, but I want to just note the interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move on to the next section, which is deputations, presentations and petitions. And we have a petition from Rob Coe. Welcome, Rob, to be here today. You'll have 10 minutes to speak, including time for any questions. And thank you for addressing the council and presenting your petition today.
Thank you, Richard. Is that on? It's hard to believe it's been 11 weeks since we met to discuss this petition. It's great to finally be able to present it to all of you guys. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the work of council staff and contractors on the first unfluoridated public tap at Papamoa. I'd also like to thank all of you guys for making it happen. Unlike the decision to fluoridate, you're under no legal obligation to provide this tap. You did it because you knew the people you represent deserve a choice, and it's important to recognise that fact, as bitterly as some of us might complain about having to drive all the way to Papamoa to collect our water. Anywho, for the benefit of anyone who isn't familiar with this petition, as of this morning, well over 1,100 people have signed it, and the vast majority of us live here. We wish to, 1, advise Tauranga City Council that we do not want hydrofluorosilicic acid added to our water supply. 2, call on Tauranga City Council to request the Ministry of Health initiates an independent public inquiry into fluoridation. 3, call on Tauranga City Council to write to the current Director General of Health asking them to suspend the directives to fluoridate. As you'll recall, last year I was one of 3 people who spoke to you all in a council meeting in front of well over 100 concerned Tauranga residents. All 3 of us expressed concerns and grave reservations regarding fluoridation of Tauranga's drinking water. In spite of that, this council eventually voted to do it anyway, albeit by a slim majority. The justification made by some councillors who voted for it was that you would be breaking the law by not doing so, and that we should direct our concerns to the Ministry of Health. So some of us did. Well, we attempted to anyway. The Democracy Services team at Tauranga City Council are to be commended for the polite, concise and timely manner in which they usually respond to Lagoima requests. But trust me, I've submitted a few of them, so I know. By contrast, the Ministry of Health respond to OIA requests regarding fluoridation by either copy and pasting a generic reply or simply refusing to answer them. Which brings me to the point of this petition. You were all elected by the people of Tauranga to serve as our representatives. The last time a referendum was held in Tauranga regarding fluoridation, the people said that they did not want it. If one were held tomorrow, I'm quite confident the result would not only be the same, but it would be by a significantly higher margin. We are not asking you for a cent of ratepayers' money, nor to act outside the law. We are simply asking for your help to snap the Ministry of Health out of what has been described by some as their institutional inertia. I'll leave it at that, but I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have regarding the petition. Thank you for your time.
Councillor Correct.
Thank you, Rob. In terms of questions put to the Ministry or the Director General, I'm not certain who you were sending that to, that Director General, and not answering, is that correct? Didn't they give a reason why they wouldn't answer your question?
I submitted an OIA request regarding, mine specifically related to patients on dialysis and how the water was treated, because as you'll recall last year, one of the instances overseas where people died due to an overdose of fluoridation were kidney patients. And I asked 5 questions regarding how the water was treated, and they refused to answer 4 of them, and on one the answer was just basically, yes, we treat the water. So, yeah. And interestingly enough, I tried to, I started out before going to the Director General, I asked the hospital, I spoke to the head of the renal unit up here at Tauranga, and she was sort of quite friendly at first. She sort of tried to answer questions, you know, of course we treat our water and so on and such forth, but I gave specific questions about, well, how you don't have fluoride in there at the moment, what are you going to do extra to remove it, or is your equipment sort of up to the task? Well, the filters need replacing more often, and she sort of said, oh, I'm not really sure, and I'll get back to you. And then half an hour later, I got an email from her saying that I'm sorry, I cannot engage with you anymore. All further queries should be directed to the public relations team. And I tried emailing them and got bounced back and said, well, actually, we're on holiday, get back to us in a month. Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thanks for coming in. I guess my question is, have you taken action to contact those political parties who are not supportive of the position taken by New Zealand First, which, as you know, is to give the choice back to people through referenda? So that, to me, having seen us write to the Director General, get a very strong response back, I'm personally happy to sort of, you know, send off another letter and do that, but I don't think it would do anything. So I'm just wondering, have you and the people who've signed it looked at directly going to the decision makers who make the decision around this?
Some others have. I haven't personally taken that approach. I have this, I think Councillor Morris was going to ask something about this. I've engaged with Tom Rutherford, who's my local government, central government MP for my electorate. I spoke to him last year for about half an hour regarding this, and he said he would take my concerns back to Wellington, and then I heard nothing from him for over a month, so I gave him a little prod on one of his Facebook pages saying what's going on, and the response I got was basically straight out of the Ministry of Health literature, just the same old thing. I mean, it might have been one of their OIA requests. Yeah, safe and effective, blah, blah, blah. The ministry knows best.
Yeah, Councillor Schuller.
Thanks for coming this morning. Just a quick, so just for clarity, when you've been requesting information, so the issues, what you've got here for 2 and 3, what you want us to do, request the Ministry of Health initiate an independent public inquiry, and also call on us to write to the current Director General. So you haven't specifically done that yourself to them?
No, but others have, and the thing is that it's sort of a waste of time. They will ignore us individually. I mean, I've got plenty of other individuals who've written to them and spoken. The point is that as a council, they sort of won't ignore you. I mean, I'm not sure if Mr. Drysdale, I suspect he's probably quite keen to write again on behalf of council, but he's, unlike his colleague from the Western Bay, he's not going to write a letter claiming to be on behalf of you guys without a mandate from all of you. So, yeah, I think we really, it would mean more coming from council than individuals, because if a public letter is written from council, then there has to be a public reply, and that can be released in.
Councillor Correa.
So, Rob, in terms of weight, what about approaching Local Government New Zealand as an entity to canvass its members around a joint submission to the Ministry or the Director General in terms of your request for in 2 and 3?
I haven't spoken with Local Government New Zealand myself. I am aware of other councils. I think our neighbours in Rotorua, there was some talk of doing something similar, but I believe the mayor there is sort of digging their heels in a bit. And I think the issue at the moment, as well as all other local councils, are in election mode. So they're not really, nothing's going to get achieved between now and the end of the year, and then the end of the year everyone goes on holiday. So Yeah, I don't know. Whangarei also, they were the ones who sort of led the charge against this, and that really didn't get them very far, but
Right, any further questions? Right, if there's no further questions, I thank you, Robert, for coming in today and presenting your petition. Yes, Councillor Correct.
So, Me Mahe, in terms of an action resulting from the petition, should we consider whether we do address the requests in terms of writing? And if so, how would we go about that? Because, you know, I'm reasonably comfortable with writing. It just, you know, as I think even Rob suggested, it's probably not going to get us very far, but we're on record to make such a request. So.
Yeah, well, I'm happy if there's support to support that we can add an action. Otherwise, happy to receive the report.
Action, perhaps we can informally discuss it in the next opportunity, whether we write or not. You know, just it will give a response to the petitioners, or the petitioner and the petition signatories, as to what are we going to do.
Yeah, so you want to put an action in that we'll consider it?
Back to the petitioner. Yep.
Okay.
Rob, would you be happy with that?
yep, that's fine.
At a committee, potentially.
Yep, and I'd be more than happy to be involved in that. I mean, I'd write the letter, but obviously it would have to be approved. I realise that you're busy people and there's other water-related issues that are sort of far more pressing than this particular one. I mean, the horse has already bolted, hasn't it? I think there'd probably be a lot more people behind me if they actually thought something was going to happen regarding fluoridation being cancelled today.
And report back to... Yep. Yep. We'll just...
Sorry, question. I'm not sure that satisfies Lagoima. You know, we need to discuss and do our business in public, so it should be referred to a committee, I think.
Through you, Your Worship, if you simply receive the petition, we'll undertake to report back with some advice at the appropriate committee.
Yep. So if we just receives the petition. Right, you happy to move that, Councillor Correct?
No, I'd certainly like something in there more specific around considering letters to the ministry, because potentially that will regurgitate a report that's come to us previously, but no specific action in terms of addressing the petitioner. So receives the petition and discusses an approach at the next committee or at an appropriate committee. And
We'll include that in any report back for consideration at that committee meeting.
thank you.
Right, Councillor Correct, let's move that. I'm happy to second. All those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Now we're going to move into business and just making sure we get we're going straight to 11.3, which is a concept design for the New Zealand Institute for Marine Futures. Sorry, I don't have my page numbers today.
Page 107.
107, that's on page 107 of the agenda. We have Ross Hudson and Jamie Kinzer, I think, are here too from an outside perspective. We also welcome Alistair Jones and Chris Battersall, I think, are going to be talking to this from the University of Waikato. So I'll hand over to Ross first and bring Alistair and Chris forward. Or was it just Alistair?
Good morning, and apologies, we were caught slightly on the hoof here, so Jamie's hopefully on her way down. I'll take the report itself as read, but just wanted to give Alistair and Chris the opportunity to say a few words, and then happy to take questions.
Cool, thank you. Good morning, Alistair. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Mayor May. Appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I was expecting to be called a little bit later, so I've just run down the hill and across the two roads. So part of my morning run, so really appreciate being here this morning. This is really to give you an update on where we are up to, the consultation process, to take any questions and to be able to further talk to you about the process from here on in. So I can take you through the concept now. So look, really appreciate the time today. The concept, as you are aware, has been an iterative process. I originally talked to you earlier in the year. We've also invited councillors down to be engaged in the design process down at Sulphur Point. We have had thorough discussions with iwi, including 3 iwi and 3 hapu here, and they have approved the design, which we then submitted to council. On the documentation, you will see that the concept package was completed in May 28, ready for submission. We went through a further process with planners from Boffa-Miskell to look at resource consent planning and to take that away from council so that we could present a full proposal, which we did at the end of June, early July, in time for the submission date. So I really want to thank both the local community and iwi and councillors for their engagement in this process. So what you have before you, we believe is a world-class solution for both public engagement and for building research capability. As you'll be aware, we currently are on leased space. We rent the old hunting and fishing for those that were around at the time building. Down at Sulphur Point, we deal with, we can no longer cope with demand for both public engagement, commercial research, or indeed fundamental research. And so this facility is absolutely vital for us to continue our work both environmentally, in terms of aquaculture, in terms of supporting the region, as well as public engagement and supporting the port. And the design has been through, as we talked to you previously, we engaged architects from the US who are world renowned. This is would be the only facility in the world which brings together both the research and the public engagement in an aquaria where fundamental research is also ongoing in real time. It's a 2-storey facility. We are not putting a lot of our boats and trucks on the site to maximise what we can do on that site. As you're aware, it's a fairly small site for a marine research facility, so we've tried to maximise the use of that site. You have the renders. There's been some public discussion about why we did not include the appendix for public discussion. I'll deal with that now. The reason we didn't include that, it included significant IP on saltwater systems from the US, and we would have been in breach of any NDA or commercial dealings in that space. So nothing is being hidden. It was open, and we've kept an open process. What you will see on the screen in front of you is the work done by both the US architects and Chow Hill, which are known in Tauranga, and it is designed, it's a simple structure, but what we've tried to do is to bring waka haurua concepts to the design, which were the original resting place, of course, of waka within that. So great to have both iwi support and community support in terms of the designs and concepts that have been put for you. We are now in the fundraising stage because we can't fundraise without having an approved concept. So that's where we're up to. Very happy to take questions, and I think it's genuinely being looked at as a world first in terms of what can be created. We've called it, a little bit of flack I see on Facebook, for calling it the New Zealand Institute of Marine Futures. Interesting, we didn't call it the Tauranga Institute of Marine Futures, and the reason for that, I think, really is that the work we will do there, and we see it as of national significance. This will be much more significant than the National Aquarium in Napier for public engagement, but also the work that Chris and his team and others are doing is of national importance, not just regional importance, but it also is significantly globally. So, thank you. Very happy to take questions.
Councillor Carrack.
Thank you, Alistair. Appreciate your rundown of sort of what's happened to date. But one issue that has arisen is around the engagement with us, the elected members. Mm-hmm. And you indicate in June, and you also earlier referred to an iterative process, but we haven't heard anything from you or your team around the design. We were emailed a copy recently, but there's been no engagement with us. I know you've had considerable engagement with staff, and in June, at a meeting you did present to us, but there was very little detail in terms of that concept, and so sure. I would have thought that a further process with us and not just the staff would have been more appropriate.
Well, yeah, I think two things. One is, first of all, the dates. I did come in March and talk about the initial things, and I did say that in that meeting, and the minutes of the meeting saying that I would come back in June. We also had another meeting where we invited councillors down to Sulphur Point, and at that meeting we walked councillors around the site. We also brought them in and showed the initial designs where we sought feedback. I was coming back in June, but as I said in my introduction, we submitted this in July, which was within the time frame, and we were still waiting at that time for the report from Boffa Miskell, because we couldn't give them the report to do until we'd completed the design. So I take your point, Rick. We've tried to engage, but we've also been in, when you move from taking the initial concepts through the design and getting them checked by the planners, that's where we're up to, and now I'm back in August. So I take your point, but also we've tried to engage, and that's why we invited you all down to Sulphur Point for that meeting.
Question, Alistair, and thank you for that opportunity down on site. And I recall the slideshow at the time, but comparing it with some of the imagery here, I recall there was my concern.
Rick, can you just come closer to the mic? Sorry, we're just losing you.
So back at that on-site meeting where the presentation was submitted to some of the elected members, considering the imagery that was presented there, it was, I recall, different. I never received a copy subsequently, but looking at the imagery now, that public interface has been lessened. I recall seeing imagery with a big glass, like an aquarium type image, but now there's only a small little window with one person looking through it and stuff. So, so in terms of the scale of the public offer, has that been reduced since we had that?
It's been increased. This is
have we got that image today? Sorry.
Yeah, it's so that.
What page?
So there's been no. Can I just go back to your first point though,
Yep.
and deal with one at a time, Rick? The first point is we showed you the outside and said we wouldn't keep with that because it didn't. You know, we needed to go out and engage further, and everybody agreed that it wasn't appropriate for that site. We also engaged with iwi at that time, and that's why we end up with taking our time, is that's why you end up with the design you currently have, because we're in an iterative process, which is what we presented to council, taking into account community feedback, iwi feedback, as well as feedback from that meeting. So that took quite considerable time, obviously, to get the, oops, it's gone now, but the design at the back of the package, that takes considerable time and resource to be able to put that together. I think we've achieved a huge amount in a very short period of time, which is beyond what you'd normally expect from a design process. So we have moved at a pace, and I think that we have worked incredibly hard to be able to get this in by May and then to the planners by June for a full report to council.
Councillor Taylor, do you want to talk?
Thanks, Worship. Chris, just you're obviously working day to day in these facilities that were temporary at the moment. As the plans have gone forward, are you happy that the original concepts and what you're trying to achieve have been brought forward to this first iteration of the design?
Yes, definitely. It's much better than we could ever have envisaged. Alistair is quite correct. This is a unique entity globally. Never before has there been such planned engagement with the public, interfacing with students and researchers in real time. So they'll be able to walk into the gallery. There'll be, of course, the large columns, acrylic columns with representations of what's happening out in the sea, just beyond the harbour entrance. Showing changes that the sea is experiencing in real time. But they'll also be able to wander past aquaria where on the other side of them, students will be working. So they'll be able to see everything that's going on in real time as experiments progress and how they develop. So every day there'll be something quite different. So there'll be that perfect engagement as well as an ability for students in classes to come in and experience themselves through all senses what's going on in our marine environment. The whole idea is to bring the sea, which most people can't normally see down into, up so that it's right there in your face and you can see what's happening right outside our doorstep.
Just to add, oh sorry, Rod. I was just going to add to that. You need to look at the outside as well, and we've looked at the inside, but we've now put a demonstration deck. When we cut up a shark or when we cut up anything, we get hundreds of people, and we've designed the outside to be able to be much more of a public space than we initially envisaged as well. So between, if we can bring up the design on the top, just the north-facing one, up there you will see that between the aquaculture and the two buildings is a major demonstration area for the public, as well as the double glass height allows people to have events there. So so if you just take the northern approach there, the whole don't worry about the pathway along the waterfront. That's just an artist's impression. I'm not asking council for more money. That entrance way is really designed to bring the public on the outside in a much stronger way, and also to bring them into the building as well. So that's a significant step forward than what we saw earlier.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, I'll be first down there to watch a shark getting cut up. That sounds great. Sorry, the council's responded to your design, and there's been a few items listed of things that you need to look out for. Is there anything in there that concerns you about what we've responded?
It's a normal part of the design I think it's a normal part, Rod, of how we engage, and it is an interesting relationship where the university and the other stakeholders are engaging deliberately, and it is an iterative process, and we can respond to those very easily. In fact, we probably saw them coming as well, and that's why we took that extra month to engage with the planners. And I think just talking with Ross and Jamie, that report is actually helpful because we've done a lot of the work the council would have had to have done to be able to report back to us.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Very quick question. Are the plans that we have in front of us substantially the same as what's in the consent application?
We haven't done the consent.
You haven't done but you're preparing the consenting document.
We've got this year to make sure we secure the money, and we go and what we've asked in the planning is for that consent. So what you have in front of you is what we've asked the planners from a consent point of view.
Okay.
But we have to go through regional council. There's a number of consents to go through, Steve, and we're not through those at all, and haven't lodged those consents because we're not at detailed design at this stage. There's another year of work to go through at this point. The first stage is to bring the concept to council. We can't do anything until that concept has been discussed and it's consistent with what is wanting to be achieved by the city as well. So we're working iteratively, so we can't get ahead of ourselves in that process.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying a couple of points there. It looks like it'll be a good facility and do good things for the world, so I have no problem with that. I guess the context for this, as you'll be well aware, is the public opposition from, I would say, a significant number of people, given the survey that's happened, and there is a small petition as well, but I think it's more what certainly from a Matua to Motai ward perspective, there are a number of people there who are strongly opposed. So in that context, and given the questions raised around the process, will you be happy to proactively try to get publicly notified consent process so that the public will at last have some say on some of this?
There is a public notification process on many of the things that we would have to do anyway. I think just to go back to your point, you know, we've had very strong support from the community when the initial thing, when it was initially proposed. We wouldn't have gone ahead if, as you say, you know, the majority oppose it. In fact, I don't think council would have agreed, because remember, this has been through several iterations. We went through the first process, which was an open council process, where we asked for revocation. We then went through the next, then when that was held up, we went through the next process as well, and where there was wide consultation on that. And I'm aware of the group. Oh, yeah, I can only respond to the consultation process that went through, Glenn, at that time. And there was very strong support from the community. There was a group that were opposed. I'm very happy to meet, and as I've made the offer to a number of you, I'm very happy to come, and Chris and I are very happy to come out and talk to you about it. What we didn't want to do was we couldn't come out before we had some of the design, so we're very happy to come out and talk to those community groups about what is being proposed.
I think I'd just prefer that we could talk about it from an evidence base where there was strong opposition, then the council found a way through, like after the Minister of the Crown made her decision, then the council found another way through that. There was not strong public support in that. There were very small numbers in that consultation. It wasn't promoted very widely. So I guess the point I'm making is it'd be better to talk about this as being a bit open-ended, that we have never established what the people of Tauranga think about it. There is definitely strong opposition out there. There's no doubt strong support as well. My point is, from now on, given where we're at, can we actually proactively connect more with the public through official public, you know, notification of consenting processes, and to have sort of council and university try to push for that?
I'm not sure what the university is pushing for deliberately. We've been working on this since 2011. We've had very, very strong support, as you'll be aware, and it's on public record as well, that when the Minister objected, the person who put the objection removed their objection the day after and that's well documented. And I think that's why it would have been a straightforward line several years ago to move forward on that, Glenn. I think we've engaged in the public, Chris has engaged in the public, we've been working on this now for 14 years, and I understand about the opposition and very happy to engage in that process, but as far as consenting, that's outside of my remit. I have to work with the Regional Council and the City Council on the consenting process.
Well, just supplementary, are you happy if I was to approach you and we could organise a public meeting around it? Because I think that'd help to clear the air a little bit. And
I've made that offer previously. I made that offer in March, and I'm very happy to do that. But what I didn't want to do is go out too soon, because what I didn't want to interfere with the process that we had to go through here. So, and the design. But it's much more comfortable around the design. I'm more than happy to front up any time. You just have to get in my diary. So the ratepayers of Papamoa have been rejected twice. But anyway. Simply because I had to be out of the country.
Right, Councillor Rollston.
Tēnā kōrua. Good to see you both again, Chris and Alistair. My pātai is around iwi engagement, and by the sounds of the reports and my research, you've done very well there, because normally I'll hear if you haven't done well through different hui I go to. So my question on that line is, I've seen a lot of the story of the building, the cultural perspective. That's one tier. How about the research and development perspective? And are we thinking about the investment perspective? You mentioned about fundraising. And of course, cafes, businesses that are going to be there, the opportunity. So I guess, how deep are you thinking across iwi rather than obviously ensuring from a mana whenua? And I heard this is the New Zealand Institute, so this is mana whenua, but then there's iwi wide. So I guess my pātai is about what other tiers are we thinking about in terms of research and development, and in terms of potential investment partners, so to speak, rather than just the story that's there. That's very important. So that's probably where my pātai is. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Hemi, and nice to see you on the other side here too as well. And congratulations. As you've highlighted, I mean, I think the 4 iwi meetings that we've had has been a real journey, and one of really strong engagement. And you're right in terms of engaging with mana whenua here, but also the engagement we've had down the coast in Whakatohia, Ngāti Awa, and the other and Hauraki as well, the work that we do with Ngāi Tahu as well. Obviously, they are in terms of the aquaculture space, so there has been really strong engagement in that space as well, not just from not just in terms of locally, in terms of the work that we do, but also in terms of educative outcomes. So what are how do we train the future generations? How do we look at, and that's why we've put in there, which is not insignificant, how we can bring rangatahi from across the country to also learn about marine science, and also trying to work even with, I shouldn't say even, working with Jack Thatcher in terms of the work that he's been doing. So is that wider engagement, and both from a commercial point of view, but an educative point of view as well. The work that we'll do also here, some of that work will obviously work in the interface between, in the estuarine environment, between freshwater and saltwater as well, and that has implications down in Te Arawa as well. So there are a wider engagement, as you say, and that we've been engaging with them both from a research point of view, but in terms of that wider perspective. But we haven't sought just funding until we've actually gone through this process as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further questions? There's no. Oh, yep, Councillor Correct.
A question to staff. The imagery on the printed handout that I just received from Alistair, doesn't appear, there are 2 pages missing, and they were the pages I was referring to at our presentation on site. Could that be put on public record? Great, thank you.
I only put the design concept in there, and we didn't put the internal renders in there, but we can fix that. And that wasn't done deliberately because the focus was very much on things from a planning point of view and so forth. So we can put those back in.
So yes, and we'll make sure that those go on the website as well.
All right, thank you very much to Alistair, Chris, Jamie and Ross for your time today. Now, I'm happy to move that the Council receives the report concept design for NZ Institute for Marine Futures. Have I got a seconder? Yep, Councillor Roseboom, thank you. I'd just like to thank the people that have come to present today. It's great to see some concept designs and the work that they've done to get to that point. There's no further discussion I'd like to say. Councillor Roseboom, would you like to?
I'll just reserve my right to speak last, if that's right.
Yep. Councillor Correct.
Thank you, Mayor Mahe. Thank you, gents, for presenting this morning. I think the conceptual stuff is great, particularly those 2 pages, because that public offering helps offset the amenity loss that's occurring in that precious green space, if you can understand that, and that's why it's critical to me. And thank you for accepting a proposal to have a public meeting. Councillor Crowther mentioned that before, because that would then seal the deal in terms of that public support for that, given the precious nature of that. And I think you'd understand right from the start of, haven't been opposed to the facility as the location that I've continually been opposed to. It's unfortunate that elected members, I feel were kept out of the loop in terms of that process that happened in June. It was all internal. We did receive recently an email with the conceptual stuff, albeit a couple of pages are missing. So unfortunately I won't actually support receiving this report because it's basically a protest in terms of the lack of engagement with elected members. That the staff process seems to have just continued to be dealt with internally. So as a matter of protest, I won't be supporting the receipt of the report. But I'm not saying that I'm opposed to the actual design concept, because if it does get built, it will be an asset to this community. But, keep in mind the loss of amenity asset in terms of that green space, which I'll continue to oppose. Thank you, gents.
Can I just respond to a procedural issue? So are you saying then that we shouldn't proceed with any more work on this?
As a matter of protest, I won't be supporting the receipt of the report.
The difficulty for us is not receiving it puts us in a difficult situation, because we can't do anything now. We're stuck. I can't go back to government because it's not been received, which was part of the funding agreement and part of the lease. So I'm caught.
I certainly would have been happy to receive it through a public engagement process to actually substantiate the level of public support. Then I would be happy to receive it.
Yeah, Councillor, thank you, Councillor.
Well, then we stop work. Thank you.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I won't be voting to receive it, but I want to just say I don't think you need to worry until just stay seated, and I think you'll find the majority of our colleagues will receive the report. But I guess for me the issue is that there is process that I believe should be undertaken, and I don't think this has followed good process all the way through. And I particularly think some of what was communicated by a previous staff member has left a very bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. And I just think that there is a right way of doing something, there's a wrong way of doing something. So it's not questioning, just like Councillor Kurak, I'm not questioning the facility. I'm not questioning the design. I haven't even worried too much about that because I get no say on it, really. So for me, it's the process that council undertook. So it's not really pointing at the university itself. It's pointing more at the organisation I represent, and I just think we needed to do this much, much better. It is a significant issue, whatever anyone thinks. When you're out and about in the community, it is an issue, and people raise it proactively, and people, when prompted about it, obviously felt strongly enough to put in 1,600 odd responses around it, as well as another petition with 450. So, you know, you've got likely a bit of overflow there, but heading towards a couple of thousand people who were motivated enough to say something about it, even though they had no say at that point. And certainly I agree, having had a personal conversation with the Minister at the time, just coincidentally, her decision and what she said was her thinking around it was something I concur with, which is that we have no idea what that will look like in 50 years, because if you wind the clock back 50 years, you know, to imagine Salford Point like it is now would not be what anyone would have thought back 50 years ago. And so similarly, if we're looking, well, we're now talking 100 years in the future, and I think that green space is valuable. I think there were options there that weren't fully explored, and that they should have been under the Local Government Act. Having said that, that's all been done and dusted, so I do hope it goes well. I do think it'll be a good facility. I think the issue is that if we do anything like this again, we need to do it through a better process, through genuine public engagement, not something which was given really low-key engagement. And I was very attuned to what the council was doing at the time, and along with every single person in a big room of environmental and sustainability advocates, we had no idea about it, whereas there are a number of other issues that were of minor importance to this city that were pushed through with great fanfare by the council. So I think we need to learn from this. We need to get it right in future, and we don't want to ever go down the track where we've got a really good idea that is not engaged with our community.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Look, I do support receiving the report. We've heard clearly that if we as a council don't do that, then they are unable to progress with the good work that they're doing. We have questions and different views around the site and the location. That debate has been had, and I was part of the council that originally received this, and the application originally went off to the Minister, and sadly, due to the actions of one person, that resulted in the proposal not going anywhere. I do reflect on protest votes. They are a luxury because you are relying on the rest of your colleagues to carry the day. And personally, I think that we should look at the decision before us and the consequences of that decision and make a call. I do respect protest votes, and there is a place for that, but I think we've got to be big enough to get above the political element involved in this, and the fact that the decision before us today is whether the University of Waikato can proceed or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Taylor.
Fully supportive of receiving the report and this wonderful thing for the city going ahead. I think if we look forward to the future, environmentally, commercially, even interactively with our iwi, I think this is a project that is really going to put the city on the map locally and internationally. I think some of the work that will come out of there will sustain our economy going into the future. So 100%. I understand that maybe it didn't start off the best of ways from a procedural point of view, but we need to be aware of the massive opportunity this has for the city. So, yep, I know it's a small thing to receive the report, but big implications for the city in the long term. So well done, and yeah, I'm supportive.
Councillor Rolliston.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I will be agreeing with receiving the report. I I think there is a lot of work that's gone on. Although Councillor Baker's not here as a colleague, I know he's noted around all of the relationships that we as a city are having with Waikato University in the broader context. And so I think we need to think about that, and I think where Councillor Baker was leaning towards was how we might bring that relationship to fruition at a higher level. So I think you're hearing today that some of the people sitting around the table have got some concerns. So take that, and my advice is take that as a gift to learn from, and as we keep going, because there's going to be a lot more that we're going to do together. I can't sort of comment on what has happened before us, but what I see in front of us is something quite unique and very special if we get it right. And perhaps this is probably an anomaly here, might feel like the iwi have been got ahead of this table. Not so much the people in the building, but the people around this table. Generally, it's probably the other way around, so congratulations on that, but maybe that's a learning opportunity that we take this as we go forward on this project, but I think there's lots more that this council will do and will continue to do with the university. This is a part of it. So I think the invitation to have a public meeting to deal with some of the concerns. Look, we'll never bring everybody collectively, but we need to make really strong attempts to be really open as we go along. So lots of good work there and lots of good, I think, messages of how we go forward. Thank you.
Councillor Schuller.
I just fully support the words of Councillor Morris and Councillor Taylor and Councillor Rolliston, so I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Councillor Roseboom.
Thank you, Mayor. Speaking to my colleagues, I'm speaking fully in support of receiving this and also the Marine Research Facility in itself. Speaking to my colleagues, you go back 80, 100 years, this piece of land wasn't even here. Sulphur Point didn't exist. It's all been reclaimed. It's a testament to what the people of Tauranga can do when we put our mind to things. Looking forward 100 years, no, we have no idea what it's going to look like in the future, but what this presents us is an opportunity to develop a facility that grows and produces research facilities that Tauranga can build on, opportunities for our young people to stay and live in the city and earn an income, for the world to come to Tauranga and study and learn off the marine atmosphere, the marine facility that we have here, to do research in the ocean, to monitor our fisheries, to cover coastal erosion, mangrove growth, opportunities for our young people to really get involved in science. It's something that this country has been very poor at in recent times. We don't have enough facilities for our young people to engage in research, both in the scientific and in engineering space, and this will give us that. So as the Tauranga grows, this is going to give us opportunities to attract and develop business, research, put us on the map in an area that we're not really performing well at the moment. But what I'm most looking forward to is the educational opportunities for our high school students to broaden in depth of knowledge and give them another new field of endeavour. I'm fully in support.
Thank you. So just to sum up, I think we've heard some various views. Look, I can accept that there possibly hasn't been the best process followed at every step of this. I accept there's some angst in the community around around what is happening here. But as a council, this is one of those places we've inherited a situation and we're now moving forward and dealing with it, and we can continue to litigate the past, but it's not going to get us where we want to go. And ultimately, what we've got here is an organisation in the University of Waikato that is working in good faith to an agreement that was signed by this council, and by being elected council, we inherit the decisions made by previous councils. So I believe it's in our best interest to work in good faith. And if this facility comes off and proceeds as it looks fantastic. It'll provide a massive opportunity to put Tauranga on the map, but also from New Zealand Inc. And it's adding a benefit to New Zealand as a whole. Some of the research that the University of Waikato are already doing in their compromised facilities is world leading, is growing, literally growing some of our crops and helping farm. It is fighting disease and it's adding a huge amount, probably not only to New Zealand Inc. but to World Inc. So this is a pretty exciting opportunity for our city. We've seen with a bit of foresight and investment since 2019 when the University of Waikato opened in our city of what that has given us as a city, and the positive impact that we have from now being a city that we can live, learn, work and play. And that has been a game changer from when I grew up in the city and there wasn't an option to stay in the city to continue my studies, and I went elsewhere to the University of Auckland to continue my university studies. So I think there is this is another big opportunity for the city, and I'm excited to see where that goes and very supportive of this. So look forward to progressing this and hopefully seeing a marine futures or Institute for Marine Futures being developed down at Sulphur Point. So now everyone has had a chance to speak. I'm now asked that the Council receives the report Concept Design for New Zealand Institute for Marine Futures. Ask all those in favour to please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Those against? Councillor Crowther. Oh, sorry. Councillor Crowther will abstain, and Councillor Courak has voted against that. That is carried, and now ends that item. So thank you very much to Alistair and Chris for presenting to us today. Now we move into Local Waters Done Well, Water Services Delivery Plan and Commitment Agreement. The main report is on page 52 of the main agenda. There is also an open supplementary agenda which holds the two, which is the Water Services Delivery Plan and the Commitment Agreement in full. So I will hand over to Christine and see if she wants to introduce this report.
So relatively short introduction because we've canvassed many of these issues previously, but this report follows on from the resolutions of the 15th of August, where you decided to proceed with a water services delivery plan with a multi-council water organisation with Western Bay, and the date of that commencing was 1 July. The water services delivery plan is required under legislation and has quite specified content. It's not designed to be a public-facing or a public document in terms of engaging with the community. It's designed to be a document that meets legislative requirements, that describes through to DIA, so they can make an assessment as to whether or not the entity will be financially sustainable and meet the sustainability tests under the legislation. So it's probably not particularly user-friendly in that respect, but it is not designed for that purpose. And it has a whole series of minimum requirements, and we've gone through and satisfied ourselves that we've met those. Part A is the part that probably tells the most storytelling about the decisions you've made and what those decisions mean. Probably a key element to look at is the implementation plan, which describes how you're going to get from the point of adopting the water services delivery plan to actually having your decision to have a multi-council water organisation up and running by the 1st of July. That implementation plan is relatively broad, but it does have the key elements in it, and we'll develop a detailed work plan to support that, and that's partly underway. The other document is the commitment agreement. Because Western Bay is moving into election, they've really only got that they are looking to approve the commitment agreement. They've got their parallel meeting in 2 days' time on the 28th, and they would be looking to approve the draft commitment agreement there as well and to sign that prior to the election. So that's really why this timing is here, so that we can work in together with them. The commitment agreement is really an agreement to work together. It's clear in that document that there are off-ramps if you decide that through the due diligence process or for any other reason you don't wish to proceed with a multi-council CCO. There are off-ramps and they're really clearly identified in that commitment agreement. And the other key content of it is agreeing to the cost share effectively from now to when the entity is set up. It doesn't deal with cost arrangements for the entity itself. That will be something that you'll work through later on, but it is between now and then. It's broadly based on populations and connections, 70-30 split between TCC and Western Bay. Those are probably the key points I wanted to cover, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in terms of the due diligence, when do you anticipate coming back to council to help frame that up from our perspective and some of the questions we'd like to see asked? That's my first question. And my second question is, once we've received that due diligence, when do you envisage the month, probably next year, when council will make a decision whether to proceed or to take the next exit and not proceed?
So probably answer the second question first. So because Western Bay has an election, depending on how many of their councillors, how many new ones they have and how long that takes to get them up to speed and them to get to a point where they're comfortable making some decisions, I think is based on election. It'll probably be in the new year. So we're thinking probably about March would be when you're making a decision collect between the two councils. And the other reason why March would be a good time frame is if you decide you don't want to continue, you'd have to resubmit a water services delivery plan on an alternative service delivery model. And the time frame to do that is by September under legislation. So you really need to make a decision March, April, so that you had enough runway if you wanted to make an alternative decision that you could do the work to be able to submit a water services delivery plan that's compliant by September. So that's both the stuff at the end afterwards and what goes before in terms of recognising Western Bay's decision that we think that's about the time frame. We have set aside some time this week to really create a bit of a plan. We're really waiting to see if this gets approved, and then we'll create a work plan to get us from now to that March, April date. And we will prepare the due diligence and then we'll come back to you. So we've really just focused on getting this report out and taking a slight breather, and then we'll work on that. The intention is we would engage with yourselves. We understand that there's been an informal elected member working group set up. We'd work with that working group. The implementation plan makes it clear that the due diligence plan would be signed off by council resolution, so it's not a staff or it would be a formal decision. You'd sign off the due diligence plan, and we've also committed in the resolutions that you passed about Tangata Whenua's position paper, there's some elements that they raised around due diligence. We'd need to make sure we adequately address those and make sure we're implementing the resolution that you've passed in that respect, so that all needs to come together. So those are the things that are in our mind. We haven't turned it all into something yet, and we will certainly be engaging. Yep.
Thank you. Christine, I just had a follow-up question. You sort of mentioned it there, but if we look at page 124 of the agenda, this is around the agreement details. We've got CEO governance group, we've got project steering group, project team. We just sort of talked about EMs there, and I was just interested in where possibly EMs may fit into that, or is that a separate group?
It's separate.
It's referred to here, it's 4.5A, where the CEO governance group was established.
Okay, so it's covered in so in the draft commitment agreement, it's under 4.5A. While it's called a CEO governance group, it says a governance group comprising council representatives that the CGG will report to. So you could choose to have elected members on there, is what we're indicating. And we would also expect in TCC, we've got a working party, so we'll have an elected member working party that we're working directly to. This is the commitment agreement, it shows more the relationships and arrangements with Western Bay rather than the relationships that we would manage internally within TCC, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's you see that in the potentially in the CEO governance group, is that? Yeah. Okay. No, that's fine. I guess probably a question for my councillors to consider is you know, is there a place of working collaboratively with EMs across both councils? Yeah, that's yeah. So I'm not sure, would that need to go in the commitment agreement, or is that something we can agree to?
I think the commitment agreement is just really trying to broadly lay out how we're going to work together. That's not inflexible. I think we do need something around how the governance to governance conversations will be held, and we haven't put that in here because we don't know really what you want to do, but there will be matters that staff can deal with, and we'd be reasonably confident that we'd understand your position and be able to move it forward, particularly with the working group. But there are some matters like the voting, the governance arrangements, how the shareholding council, will you have a shareholding council and how will it work? And so you need to make a call about, do you do that collectively as a group of elected members, and then does that go back to have a subgroup that goes and meets with Western Bay, or you know, how do you want to do that? Or do you have a subgroup that has some initial discussions at a governance level with Western Bay, and then you come back and have those discussions? We can provide issues papers, we can provide advantages and disadvantages, but they're wholly political decisions, many of those. So how you want those arrangements to work is something that we need to turn our mind to. Doesn't need to be done today, but that is something that, how's it all going to work?
Thank you. Yep. Now, just flicking back to page 19 of the agenda, which is the Water Services Delivery Plan, Part A. So Marty is going to pin his reputation into to signing a statement saying that he agrees with everything in this Water Services Delivery Plan. So I just wanted to confirm the TCC revenue sufficiency, TCC investment sufficiency, TCC funding and financing sufficiency, and the comments under there that you're comfortable, Marty, with those, that they're true and correct.
Thank you for the opportunity, Your Worship. Yes, look, we've got a pretty good team that have been working on this for many months now, Catherine Smeet and the wider team. Yes, we've had to make a number of assumptions around the financial modelling and revenue and costs, but I'm confident that not only has our team modelled this appropriately, it's also been independently reviewed and assessed by the Department of Internal Affairs, who have also endorsed this as a sustainable model and financial program. So yes, I'm confident that you can pass this.
Thank you. Councillor Roseboom.
Thanks, Mayor. Christine, just extenuation to Councillor Morris's questions around the due diligence. Obviously, we're going into a political sphere right now, and this is going to take us right through to probably November. What if the dynamics in the region changes and we suddenly have councils want to jump on board, or Western Bay wants to get off? How does that affect our due diligence and our time frame of having a nailed down service? Like, if the councils choose to join before Christmas or around Christmas, can we get an agreement with them, due diligence done, and still be finished by September?
Having a quick chat here, it would make it tight. I suppose it probably will depend too on the quality of information that they have and our level of confidence, and whether they've had external people reviewing it. We could place some reliance on that as opposed to just relying on the council's own internal processes. So I think we would still be able to make the 1 July 2027. Might be harder to get to the March 2026 date. So but I think what we would do then is, yes, so you could, and you would enter into practicalities, you'd enter into a commitment agreement with them, you'd agree a due diligence plan with them, and agree timelines, that because there'd be certain things that they would need to do, and agree those and just work our way through them. So yes, and if a council elects to use the exit provisions in the commitment agreement, then you just stop working on the relevant due diligence for them and start working with someone else. So It depends on how late it is, but I think it would be doable. Yeah. Some of the, and you might just have to accept some of the due diligence decisions that have made at the date that they arrive and come along, because some of the work will be done. Yeah.
Councillor Correct.
Thank you, Christine. On page, sorry, just get a page. On page 10, that table there on page 10, on the right-hand column, second bullet point, it's around voting that you mentioned before. And it says these matters will be addressed through a series of workshops which will enable parties to negotiate and blah, blah, blah. Just thinking though, wouldn't it be helpful to actually lock in an accepted is probably difficult, but a process where you'd set down the fundamentals of such a policy and what the voting rights should be within that document? Or because I can imagine that councils potentially come at loggerheads saying, well, no, and it all falls to bits around that concept. So have you done any thinking around what potentially you could add into such a document to try and
You say such a document, you mean the commitment agreement?
Yeah.
Some other councils are doing that, but because of the timing of when you've been making your decisions, you hadn't actually made a decision that you wanted to partner with Western Bay, and so there was can't have a discussion about voting rights when you actually haven't yet made a decision that you want to be in partnership with someone, and you only made that decision on the 15th of August. And you're not likely to be able to resolve matters of this significance in a time frame before you have to lodge the Water Services Delivery Plan, and also whether Western Bay would be able to have those types of conversations so close to an election. I think that would be unlikely that you would be able to get resolution on those matters. So I think the thinking is we're better to get the options and the pros and cons identified. You'll have an opportunity amongst yourselves to have those conversations and then determine how you want to engage with Western Bay, because as I said before, these are all political decisions, and then work together with them. And it will be one of the areas that there'll be quite strong views on both sides, and that you'll just need to work through. So I don't think it's as practical to get resolution on that before you sign a commitment agreement.
Potentially, could you forward me a copy of a council that has included that in the commitment agreement, just for me to give me an idea of what we're talking about in terms of the other council's approach?
There are some other councils that have already made some calls in partnership around voting rights. It might be better just to send you that information, because they may not have put it into a commitment agreement. They may put it into some other document, so we can give you the substance.
Thank you.
I was just saying the DIA template has a good commercial spreadsheet, and there's information I think NIFCO put out which summarises the options and the pros and cons. There's quite a lot of material out there, but it's really around politically where do you sit on it, and that's the issue. So it's not like there's a shortage of information and options. That's all there, and we would collate that all and bring it together in a form to make it easy for you to work your way through. It's the discussions you need to have, and that you need to have with your colleague councillors in Western Bay to see where you want to land collectively.
I thought it was helpful if staff impartially, relatively impartially, would recommend a certain approach to try and take the politics away and diffuse that, but hey, we'll see what happens.
Councillor Crowther.
I notice in the report, it talks about the CEO group as a steering group, and then in the agreement details and places it's talking about it as a governance group. So I know the transport staff in the room will be familiar with me having a bit of a theme here, which is I think we just really need to get the languaging very clear. So I think a CEO steering group or a CEO oversight group, whatever you want, but I think it's really helpful to the public and to everyone to just not say governance when it's not governance. If we do want to have a governance group, I'm strongly supportive of that. I think there was indications around the table, and that could be with this. It could be a CEO and governance group. So if you want to put "and" in, but maybe we need to figure that out. And another question was around, probably for Catherine, around the finances, which is not really related to the water plan so much, but the graphs on page 77, I'm just wanting to check that I'm reading them correctly, because does that mean that the projected 2033-34 net debt for the council and waters, excluding IFF, is $3.7 billion? Or is there some, or alternatively, does it mean it's very, very tiny compared to what we thought? Or am I just missing something in these two graphs?
So the first graph is the council excluding waters, as I understand it, and the second one is within the waters entity.
Yeah.
So your question is, you're wanting to add up the...
Like, yeah, do I add the two, which, like, eyeballing it, and I know this is dangerous from that other meeting, but where, you know, it's over 2, so I sort of thought it looks kind of like 2.2-ish, and then I looked at the other one, it looks pretty much right on 1.5, and I just put 2.2 plus 1.5 equals...
Yeah, so that would be... That's about correct. Those are ballpark numbers, sorry, I haven't got the exact tables sitting here.
If that's true, and that definitely excludes IFF from the council, that's official council net debt, so we're talking pretty much heading towards 4 billion total. I guess the question is, what happened between when it was around 3 billion and when it's now closer to 4 billion? So what has shifted? Is it mainly in the waters? Is it in both? And what sort of prompted that, given that after the annual plan it wasn't at that level in that projection?
Sorry, you're wanting a reconciliation between...
Putting it in very rough numbers, noting that Richard's doing the media today, so it's probably safe, that $4 billion, sorry, not million, wouldn't that be nice? $4 billion, not $3 billion. It's kind of like, it seems quite a significant difference. And I guess I'm wanting to have some governance oversight of what has happened since we signed off on the annual plan and got a projected number that was still sitting there for 2033, 34, that was, you know, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars lower.
Okay, so I'm sorry, we're dealing with the same information. So we've had an LTP, and then we made some adjustments to the LTP, which we talked about in the bespoke covenant, and have taken through to the model now. And so we had an in-house option, which added everything together, and an outhouse. So with the in-house model, we had additional user fees of that 200 million to keep the debt down by that amount. And so in this model, which is a CCO, overall the debt is high because the charges are lower. So those are changes, but I'm sorry, because I don't have the table you're looking at. I'm happy that we, after this meeting, we can send you the various models and the data. It hasn't particularly changed. But yeah, it gets a...
Yeah, that would be really helpful, because the figure I think we had in the previous report from, and I'm going by memory, was around $166 million of additional debt from a CCO option versus the in-house option. And this is obviously a lot more than 166. So it's just trying to get a bit of an understanding of, is this some revision that's happened in the residual council area, or would you expect that would be the same, and then whatever is different is in the waters area? That's probably the key information to send through, and if so, you know, where?
Yeah, so there haven't been any conscious significant revisions other than the price path and how it affects the waters, and we're working on that sort of core data as of March is what was fed into the original one, and it hasn't changed significantly, but we're happy to provide some sort of reconciliation between all those models.
I'll just got to find my place again. In paragraph 5, on page 5, or not, was it 5? 6, sorry, paragraph 6 on page 5, it talks about the financial sufficiency assessments, which I presume are sort of the required assessments. And it doesn't include affordability because that's not a legislative requirement, as I understand it. And I'm sort of coupling this also with that we have some, where is it? Sorry, I've just got to find the jargon. The establishment principles referred to on page 10, and we did receive those, and within the establishment principles, it was always a bit of a vague thing, which under revenue and pricing that said the CCO will set pricing appropriate to deliver water services, in brackets, affordability of services, aligned to the objectives through the statement of expectation. And to me that was probably as clear as mud. I don't know if that means we have to deliver affordability or get the CCO to or not. But piecing those things together, can we firstly sort of make those public as soon as possible, because it doesn't seem to be anything in there that can't be public. It will be once we submit the Water Services Delivery Plan. But secondly, to maybe give a comment in terms of, can we add in affordability? Is there any reason we couldn't actually put that, given it's not explicit in that attachment, could we add it in, even if it's not required, as a key financial sustainability assessment?
So the Water Service Delivery Plan, with all those metric requirements, is public because it's on this council. The DIA model, I understand we have presented before, but we can make that public, which is where, if you have your revenue sufficiency, it's all on this board.
No, I just meant the attachment, which is not the public attachment. It's just...
So you'd like the actual DIA model?
Well, I'm thinking what we got sent in that workshop seems to be, I mean, I can't see anything commercially sensitive, so I think that will help, because some of the questions that we're getting asked is a precise, I mean, obviously people will be thinking about the money side of it because that's what hits people out there in the public. So to show some clarification of what it is when we talk about harmonisation, when we talk about all this stuff, it's all laid out in that document. It'd be helpful to get that as soon as we can, and if not, I guess 3rd of September is not far away. But more importantly, can we then take that and put into the plan itself affordability as a key principle that we, if my colleagues wish to, could push as an added aspect to that, because that's very different to all the other financial sustainability measures.
So for clarity, what you're saying is the kind of the purple spreadsheets that we've presented to you before, which are the DIA model, which have all those calculations. You just want to make sure we put that on the website?
I read it out. It's the draft establishment principles, which is referred to in the report here.
What page? Sorry, what page?
So, yeah, okay. I will try to find it again. I just moved off it. It says on the bottom of page 10, establishment principles were shared and discussed with elected members at a public excluded workshop on 5th of May. And so the plan will attach that, but all I'm saying is within that it still doesn't resolve this issue of affordability. So are we actually explicitly saying that that is one of the measures and principles that we're going to employ, because it is, and I remember it got raised at the workshop, it wasn't clear there, and it's still not clear to me now, and it's sort of absent largely from the plan.
Thanks, Kathy's just pointed out. If you go to page 65 of your agenda, which is the Water Services Delivery Plan, there's a section in there, the affordability of projected water services charges for communities. It talks about affordability considerations and constraints, including the community's ability to pay. And affordability has been assessed as a percentage of mean household income, and there's a graph and it shows how that sits together.
was going to go to that. I guess firstly, like that's kind of referring to it, but it's not establishing it as a principle that Tauranga City Council is approving to be included in its water services delivery plan in the list up above.
So it comes back to what is the role of the water services delivery
Yeah.
plan. I think what you're trying to do is to set this for the new entity, and the place for that is the statement of expectations. You can put it in here, but it's not going to drive it's really the next step when you create your statement of expectations and things that you put into the purpose of the entity and the constitution. Those are the documents where you send those signals and directions through. So it was sort of where I started at the beginning, that this is a statutory required to fulfil certain purposes. It does not do other things. And I suppose we'd probably, while you can add it in, you're probably better to put the things in the right documents in the right places rather than trying to make one document do it all. But it's
Yeah, I'm not trying to do it all. I guess I'm just saying it'd be. I don't see any downside, but if you see a downside, that's fine. In terms of the page 65 that was just referred to by staff, I guess I would like to see it a bit more effort go in to the median versus mean issue, and I guess for me if we can't access that, although I've sort of, there is 2023 census information around that. So the median at that point for Tauranga City was 95,400 for a median household income. There is a bit of a typo there too on that page 65, which says median mean. But I personally think we're better if we don't have that information for the appropriate years, that we actually state somewhere in there, because there is a significant difference. The percentage would be probably 1.5 to 1.6 over those first 2 years, and then you'll get a compounding impact on that, because that's typically what happens in our modern society, is that the mean just keeps going higher and the median keeps lagging a bit more. So from my point of view, that's a very significant measure, and we're setting off in the wrong way. And I think we need to be very explicit in there and say either, this was 95,400 was the median, and that gives a figure of 1.5, whatever, 53% or something. Or we need to say that because of the lack of data, it's resulted in an estimated reduction in those numbers of about 0.3 to 0.4% per year. And it's, I don't know what the 0.06% lower affordability is. I mean, to me, there's no way it's 0.06%. You can just do the maths on it. So I would like to get that really cleared up, and happy to take it outside the meeting.
Is it not cleared up? Percentage of household residential water charges to mean household income. We have used mean because it is Tauranga specific, whereas median is at a regional level. So
no,
it's
but
pretty
it is
clear.
also at a city level, is what I'm saying. So we could do that, or if we don't have access to that data, then we could still acknowledge the accurate number. It's not 0.06%. So I just think we've got to change it. Let's change it to the best thing we can there, because it's an absolutely critical number. It's, one of the more important measures.
So Smit's calculations to get to the 0.06 he has available, and he can send that to you to discuss further what you're seeing as differently. So he's tried to explain that. It's something, the affordability measures will develop over time, and over time, yes, it would be great to get median just for Tauranga. The choice had to be made between median regionally or mean for Tauranga, and the decision was made that of those two data sets, one was more reflective. So that's the decision that's been made in this report, and the analysis supports that. But over time, certainly we can look towards trying to get some median measurement.
Okay, I'm happy to take that offline. There is Infometrics, for instance, has a data set for Tauranga City with the median household income stated quite clearly for there. The next thing was just to note, because I don't know if we can do this offline, is the page 24, there's just an error there saying customers currently are paying stormwater fees based on land value. So that just needs to be corrected to capital value. And then on page 21, in the background area, it talks naturally about growth. And I guess it raised the question for me, which I don't think, I might have missed it, but it doesn't seem to be covered in here, which is, will the CCO board be required to ensure that growth pays for growth? It's like the single biggest issue in terms of the financial sustainability for ratepayers as opposed to the CCO itself. So will that be something that councils will be able to ensure? Is this an appropriate place to address that, given that we've put in the, establishment principles that was addressed at that workshop, public excluded workshop?
So again, that would be a statement of expectations where you're sending some clear signals to the board about how you expect them to do things, but the financial modelling has been done on the basis of your adopted principles, which is growth pays for growth. So you'll see this development revenue, development contribution revenue, which will become development levies under the new framework. So the financial modelling has been based on that, and its statement of expectations, where that comes through.
Another one is on page 11. It talks about the resolution, basically what will be in the due diligence plan. So I guess it raised the question for me is, are we able to ensure, and do we need to do anything in this document to ensure that there's a sufficient enough level of detail to inform the off-ramp decision? Because I guess the initial resolution on the 5th of August wanted to have clear financial information around the in-house option and the CCO options. When that got reversed, that basically it means there is nothing specified in terms of what the financial information will be, so that we could certainly make a call at any time in terms of taking an off-ramp, if that's allowed. But the question is, will it be an informed decision? So in other words, if you're not doing modelling for the in-house, how do we tease out what will make that informed, so that we have a baseline comparator? So for instance, if something happened, and as Councillor Kurak said, if there's an issue to be addressed around some of the voting rights or issues like that, and it gets a bit contentious, and we're like, well, maybe we won't do this, do we have something to look at that would say, here's the consequence of doing that?
Thank you, Councillor. So just to circle back to your previous point about the establishment principles, for starters, they are referred to specifically in the commitment agreement. It is stated that we will work to achieve all the objectives set out in the commitment agreement at 2.1 in accordance with those establishment principles. So they're referred to there. To answer your question about withdrawal, the commitment agreement has been drafted in such a way to allow you to withdraw essentially for any reason, but it specifically calls out that you may withdraw for something that arises out of the due diligence process. The only conditions attached to that is that you must give notice of that withdrawal as soon as possible, and that council will be on the hook for the cost incurred up to the date of that withdrawal and any cost that can't be mitigated.
So just in terms of the financial information, we have the in-house model. We have that expenditure modelled as a comparator. If there were significant changes to a big capital program or something, that we could easily change that, but you will always have that multi-year in-house model to use as your comparator, if that's what you're thinking about.
So it could be, if there is to pick up that, Catherine, thank you for that. If there was $500 million added to the CapEx program, it could be added to the in-house model. It wouldn't cause a whole major, okay, thank you. And then, yeah, I just want to check the statement here on page 14, which says demonstrates Council's commitment to progressing the establishment of a water organisation with partners Western Bay and Thames Coromandel District Councils. That I guess I know we had an intention to do that, but the resolution, as I recall, gave that decision to Western Bay, and it's whether that should be just talking about Western Bay.
It should be Western Bay. It was a hangover because we had all of this work done based on your previous resolutions, and we went back, and this is one that we didn't pick up. So, yeah, it should be just Western Bay.
One last one while I've got the mic. Under cultural, I know it's not just for this, but I think it's a good example where it's got some important points there around tangata whenua, and definitely happy for those to be there. I guess I think we should say something just as a broad catch-all around multicultural. You know, given that cultural well-being is not just about tangata whenua, so we look at the other cultures in our city that have views around waters, and just ensuring we capture that under the cultural wellbeing in the same way that we've tried to capture a breadth of things under some of the other sort of wellbeing areas.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I'm still hung up on the graphs on page 61. I'm just comparing the LTP forecast net debt for Tauranga City Council and the pre-election report debt figures, they only go to 2028. But looking at those figures and then looking at the water service borrowing to the right, significant change there compared to LTP. And I'm trying to get my head around it, so can you explain it to me really simply, if you can? Just pretend I'm an idiot, yeah, it shouldn't be too hard. If you could explain to me, so if we're looking in, this is page 77 of our agenda, page 61 of the Water Services Delivery Plan, and you're looking there in 2033-34 net debt for Tauranga City Council being about 2.2 billion, eyeballing it. Haven't got my haven't got the spreadsheet. Haven't got my protractor out. And then 2033-34 in terms of the net debt of the water service, that's about 1.5. So adding those two together, we're looking at 3.7, 3.8 odd billion. But in the long-term plan, that number was close to 2.8, and so that's that extra $1 billion, that errant $1 billion that we're talking about. So what is that made of? That can't all be Western Bay, and that can't be TCC.
No, remember the difference between the LTP and what we're dealing with now. We had Te Manawa Taki o Te Papa was supposed to be off balance sheet. That's 150 odd million, and there were significant changes to capital subsidies, and what was the other main one? Oh yeah, we sort of talked about the 200 revenue, but in terms of the LTP had very large revenue flows, so we have adjusted those. We've talked about it a few times since. So when we've done the bespoke covenant calculation and when we presented the in-house modelling, we talked about the assumptions that we had made that were different from the LTP. So yes, there were big differences in additional debt. So if you got to about 300, it would be, or more, it would be 300 million. difference between the two. It is the IFF and the extra debt that you carry when it's in a CCO, because you've reduced your price path by that 200 million. So those are the two really big ones, and then there'll be other aspects of timing. So if you're looking at 28, 29, timing to do with the capital subsidies, particularly through NZTA. So there's a lot of differences from the LTP.
Yep.
So in terms of, say, the transportation budget, the removal of that NZTA subsidy, the latter years of the LTP is just assuming fully funded by TCC in terms of those projects. I'm trying to see how it would go up that much.
So we have, we'd have to go back and just give you a list of the assumptions. I know we talked at a very high level when we presented the in-house about the assumptions that you're going to make, because you're required to present that, and I'll just have to go back and reproduce that, and we can give it an annual flow comparison if that's helpful.
I think you've already committed to doing a reconciliation for us, so that would, I think that would show the differences between the LTP numbers and how we get there.
Can I just for, because I think Councillor Morris may have misspoken on one number, because the LTP debt figure for 2034 was 2623 million. We then got a figure, just to Catherine's point, we got presented with a figure of 3.113 billion as an upper number in a sort of a worst case scenario, that's my languaging, which was then wound back a lot closer to the 2.623. So I have got a response from finance saying it was 2.623 plus the change in the IFF, which would take it to the 2.8 that Councillor Morris may be quoting there. So, but either way, we're talking the best part of $1 billion. So that would be very good to get that info.
So the other thing in the ratios is that your revenue is less because, you know, of rates changes in the annual plans, and working from that, just looking at increases, there is lower revenue as well in that calculation. So.
Right. Any further? Yeah. Councillor Roseboom and then Councillor Correa.
Yeah, thank you. Well-written report so far. Based on the conversation you've had with all the participating councillors that were spoken to, and further to Councillor Crowther's conversations around costs per connection in this, I'm anticipating quite a bit of tension between us as a growth council, our partner council, our annual plan, long-term plan. So there'll be a pushback from the waters entity around cost per connection and keeping it as cheap and viable as possible. Is there any conversation around alignment of annual plans and long-term plans and growth protections and where we're going to grow? Because obviously growth in a particular area is going to affect the cost per connection.
I'll perhaps do that front bit, and then Catherine might want to talk about cost per connection. So the land use pattern, which is approved in smart growth and sits in our future development strategy, I would expect you would be requiring through the statement of intent that the water organisation must adopt those land use patterns that have been agreed at a sub-regional level, and they need to flow through. And we would be sharing with them our population projections and including our modelling of, at a census block level, the timing and take-up of growth, and working together on that. And we'd also be working together because some of the growth infrastructure needs to go down the road in corridors, and we only want to be opening them up once, and we want to have water, wastewater, telecommunications, electricity and roading infrastructure all put in at the same time. So we'd have to have service level agreements and operating agreements between ourselves and the water entities, and they're all things that we'll work on over the period between now and 1 July 27. That's part of the work that needs to be completed, but certainly I don't know if Catherine wants to add on the cost per connection.
Probably I just need a bit more. So what was your question in relation to that?
The tension between, at this stage, our partner council, Western Bay, what their growth is and where they are choosing to prioritise their growth pattern, and where we as TCC are planning to prioritise our growth. I'm picking at some point in that there'll be a crossover point at which is the cheapest area to develop housing, and do we then, as us, prioritise there development because it gives us a best cost per connection outcome, as opposed to sticking to our current smart growth plan of.
Yeah, so we do development feasibility analysis, which will cover those sorts of things, but what we know is that we're short of land relative to the requirements of the government anyway, so you actually need all of the land to come to market, so it's sort of not a either or, it's actually even what we've got planned isn't sufficient, and what the government's suggesting in terms of their upcoming Growing for Housing growth objectives will be even further short, another 20-odd thousand homes in the sub-region. So, but yeah, we do need to, when we're thinking about urban growth planning, we do need to think about the operational costs, which is the point you, so there's two questions. One is, can you feasibly develop urban land? Is the cost to put the infrastructure in such that it can still be developed and a developer will still move forward and take the risk? And then once it's in place, is that going to be cost effective for a resident in there, and is there a cheaper way of delivering that? So I think those things would be things that, again, we would look to build into the requirements of what a board would need to think about and address, and also we would need to be working together on that. So, and I think the other thing is in terms of price tension, because we've still got the ring fenced as an underlying principle, until you made a decision to change that, it is totally separate. And in doing that, any change, you'd look carefully about the pros and cons for your area and the broader sub-region before you made the decision to move away from ring fencing.
Councillor Correct.
Further to the discussion or canvassing of the affordability issue, and just recollection around a role that the Commerce Commission will have in terms of a regulatory role in rolling out some sort of whatever it may be in terms of affordability. I think that's their key role. Do you have a fairly good idea of how that will be rolled out, or what that will look like in terms of a regulator? Because, it's my understanding that's fairly strong, their role in this, and do they come in after we set our policies and budgets and whatever to introduce more affordability if needed?
I think Stephen's probably the best person to answer that question.
Through the chair, I think the Commerce Commission is still framing up exactly how they're going to approach this. Very much the early stages are going to be around information disclosure and getting to really understand what it looks like. A lot of the attention is at the start also going to be about insufficient investment in assets to get the right level of service and meet the requirements of water services. So there's be a bit of focus on that. But yeah, they are sort of telling us as they get their head around this and the regulatory environment that they're going to be developing, we still don't have all those answers at this stage.
Right, is there any further questions? All right, if there's no further questions, thank you very much, staff, for presenting that. Before we put the motion on the table, we're just going to have a 5-minute break. So if anyone wants to use that, and we'll be back at 11:30. Right, welcome back, everybody. So now we have some suggested resolutions. Asking if there's someone happy to move and second the suggested resolutions. Everyone a chance to read that. So we're effectively receiving the report, approving the water services delivery plan, endorsing the draft commitment agreement, and then delegating authority to make any minor changes and to execute the agreements. Yeah, Councillor Roseboom will move that. We got a seconder. Councillor Taylor, thank you. Councillor Roseboom, would you like to speak?
No, I'd just like to support all the efforts being put in by the staff, by us, our due diligence and reading all the paper that's come with this, our potential partner councils and all their efforts in involving in an open discussion, and I hope that continues as we work through the due diligence phase, and that we continue to work together in a very open way. We're very honest about what we're trying to achieve here. It is hopefully improving costs per connection to providing a lifelong service to every house in the region. I hope that remains our focus. How can we achieve better, more affordable growth?
Councillor Taylor?
Nothing particular to add. I agree with Councillor Roseboom's assessment there. I would acknowledge the report. It's quite a large report, and the staff have done a great job of putting it together.
Anyone else? Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I won't. You can split it up if you want to, but I won't vote for the water services delivery plan. I don't support having stormwater in there when 13 out of 22 elected members in our sub-region don't want it in there. I do appreciate the work the staff have done. I understand it's a massive amount of work. I think there's been a really thorough job of what has been done. It's not on the staff, so I'm not making any comments about the work that's come through. It's that I actually disagree fundamentally with putting together a water services delivery plan with stormwater. I also have real concerns about the attitude that Tauranga City Council is perceived to have taken across our region, which was hence the decision we made initially on the 5th of August. I have a view that the best outcome for a CCO would be to have more councils with the Bay of Plenty. Having heard 9 to Noon yesterday, a topical interview on waters, one of the themes that keeps coming up around the country is if you're going to do it, if you're going to do CCOs, reach out to the ones who are having a really hard time and help them up. Western Bay is not having a really hard time. They've got a little blip as they get from time to time with their expenditure, but we do have a council in Whakatane, I think, which I think could be quite a challenging scenario, depending on how things go there. So for me, if you're going to do it, you actually look at it at a Bay of Plenty region, and I don't think this is going to help us to achieve that. I think it's going to hinder it. So I will vote against it, and particularly on the grounds of the stormwater, I just have real concerns about that.
Anyone else like to talk? Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I do note with disappointment Western Bay Plenty District Council's decision regarding Thames Coromandel District Council. Understand the situation they're in and their need to, as Walter White would say, tread lightly. But the fact of the matter is that they have made a decision which is suboptimal for their ratepayers. There's a very clear relational decision in terms of mana whenua while they've made that, but they need to work through that, and they need to put considerable effort into that, because the way things are sitting at the moment, they have decided, because of a conflict among iwi between Tauranga Moana and Hauraki, to place their ratepayers in a position where they maybe, and yeah, let's acknowledge this is way at the beginning of a very long process. But if the water services plan is reflective of what happens on the ground, and I've no doubt that it actually won't be, they've put their ratepayers in a position where they're paying more because of a conflict that needs to be resolved, and it needs to be resolved, I think, at the government level. Loathed to comment on other councils' decisions. I think I can count on one hand or maybe one finger the number of times that I've done it, but perhaps the Western Bay of Plenty District Council is confused in its role, whether it's the Office of Treaty Settlements or whether it's a territorial authority.
Right, thank you. Is there anyone else? I guess my 2 cents is, this is obviously a good step, but the door is always open to everyone within the Bay of Plenty, including Taupo. We've named them as well. It's also open, and we've resolved that we're happy to work with Thames Coromandel. So, that is something that goes without saying, really, and we look forward to that process of probably post-election, having those conversations again. I guess I've had a number of these conversations over the past 12 months. Unfortunately, they have not ended in a commitment from anyone else, and but we should continue to try, because as we can see from a lot of the numbers, it does generally get better with more, and especially different councils bring different things to the table. So I think that the door is very much open, but this is obviously setting us in a direction which I think is positive. We've got 2 things here: the Water Services Delivery Plan, obviously, which is a statutory requirement to deliver by the 3rd of September, and then the Draft Commitment Agreement, which is our sort of parameters and some of the framework that we are looking at to work with our partner now, but hopefully partners in the future, that we can come together and form a mutually beneficial CCO that will work for hopefully a wider number of our Bay and neighbouring councils. So it's a good step in the right direction. Councillor Roseburn, would you like to finish off? No, fine. All right, thank you. So we now have a resolution. I'm going to take B separately for Councillor Crowther. So we'll take A, C, D and E and ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried unanimously. Now we're going to take B, which is that part below. And I ask all those in favour. Aye. Those against? Councillor Crowther, thank you. That is also carried. And that ends 11.1, local waters done well. We now move on to our final public item, which is 11.2, Cameron Road Stage 2 concept options. We've got Richard O'Kane and Chris Barton, and we page 53. So this is to introduce it. It's a request we made earlier in the year using the alternative funding that we had, giving us an envelope and basically saying what are the options that we have to deliver a project focusing on mainly throughput, and yeah, we've got some options to consider. So
Yeah, thank you. I'm Chris Barton and Richard O'Kane here to present today, and I've got some other staff available to answer questions as well. So I'll largely propose to take the report as read, but we'll take the opportunity to provide an overview of some of the key points within the report. So following on from previous City Futures Committee workshops, this report seeks two key functions: endorsement to progress the current design concepts and options for the Cameron Road Stage 2 project to community engagement, and confirmation from Council of committed intent to deliver the project in alignment with conditions of the current IAF funding agreement. As we know, the project's planned to improve the Cameron Road arterial corridor from 17th Ave to the connection with State Highway 29A at Barks Corner to enable and support planned intensification of the Te Papa Peninsula and continued growth in the Western Corridor. An updated concept has been developed in response to direction from the City Futures Committee in February to investigate value for money delivery options within a reduced funding envelope, noting originally anticipated NZTA co-funding is not available. So the proposed updated concept retains the key transport capacity upgrade components to support the intended growth outcomes, including the ability to deliver a 4-lane corridor, as well as improving full-length cycle facilities. However, to deliver this within a reduced funding envelope, the design has looked to optimise designs largely within the existing road cross-sections and curb alignments where possible. So noting the proposed concept, as shown on attachment 1, provides a 4-lane corridor. This option enables, in the short, medium and long term, flexibility in terms of how outside lanes are utilised, particularly for balancing on-street parking with throughput functions. So in the short term, it's anticipated the outside transit lanes on the concept designs would operate in the peak period as high occupancy vehicle and public transport lanes, with the ability in off-peak periods to enable on-street parking. Further details on how this infrastructure is allocated and utilised, and details of side street connections will also be refined through the next stages of proposed design development, and these will be subject to subsequent decisions of council. So it's intended to be reported back following the recommended community engagement exercise to refine some of those elements. Through the Greaton Village, there's also some options through there, and our recommendation is to seek feedback on those options prior to confirming a preferred outcome. So a key component of the budgeted project funding is via a Crown grant under the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. The IAF funding agreement was premised on enabling and supporting development of 1,600 new homes within Tauranga's Te Papa Peninsula from 2023 to 2033. So intensification remains critical to supporting growth expectations and addressing Tauranga's current housing shortfall. A summary of the reasonably expected to be realised development capacity is outlined in the report under paragraph 23 and page 56 of the agenda. Current development forecasts are for approximately over 1,700 additional dwellings to be built across the Te Papa Peninsula across the 10 years from 2023 to 2033, which is in alignment with the expectations of the current IAF funding agreement. Recent development and consenting across Te Papa are also on track with the housing outcomes, due largely to particularly to recent Kāinga order developments in the area. Generally tracking well. However, it is noted that continued commitment and delivery of the Cameron Road Stage 2 project is a key enabler to support ongoing growth and development in that area. As noted in the report, the National Infrastructure and Financing Agency, who have recently picked up administration of the IAF funding agreement, are currently reviewing progress of projects under the IAF fund, including investment in the Te Papa project. So an email has been circulated this morning from the Chief Executive, also outlining that review process, noting that they'll be making recommendations to the Minister in September in terms of continued funding for the project. So The intention today, in order to best facilitate retaining the anticipated IAF funding, is for Council to provide a really clear intent and commitment to continued delivery and of this project. And staff are continuing to work with the National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Agency. They're aware of the report today and will be reporting back subject to the decisions of today's meeting. So propose to take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Right, thank you. So just note the new sort of transport components is around 99 million. What was the original transport component of the original?
The original estimate was around 180. 180, it was the expected estimate, comparing apples with apples.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And secondly, on that, so from your sort of read on the presented design compared to the original design, you know, how much of the outcome of throughput and transit lanes, etc., do we gain from the original project?
So our view is you're still delivering all of those transport throughput outcomes that were originally intended. You're still delivering the proposed 4-lane throughput corridor that was as per the original capacity upgrade intent. The compromises have largely come through how that's been delivered and so looking at where we were proposing some pavement rehabilitation or renewals, some of those have been looked to be optimised in terms of current condition assessments, etc., and looking to limit curb realignments, which is where a significant component of the cost and the risk profile came from as well.
Okay, great. And then lastly, I'm not sure if it's you or the Waters team, but 86.7 million, Waters component is. I just wanted to confirm that is all already in the long-term plan and was planned to be done.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
It's planned and budgeted in the LTP, largely to support the Central Corridor Trunk Mains project, which is a large strategic waters upgrade project, and Cameron Road's a key part of that.
Yeah, and that needs to be done, like most of that work needs to be done whether we do the transport component or not.
Correct.
Yeah, that's great. Councillor Taylor.
Just following on from one of the Mayor's questions there about, you've obviously reworked this in the existing corridor, and I'll come at it from another angle on that one. What are the compromises that you think might cause us issues having done that? Is there anything significant that you think you wouldn't really want to do it?
There's nothing that would say we wouldn't want to do it, but there are the proposed design does come with compromises and trade-offs, particularly as noted in the report. One of the key challenges with the proposed design is facilitation of right turn movements along the corridor. That's one of the key constraints. The other is probably largely around the berms and the amenity and the place spaking and the urban revitalisation. So the original design included a lot of focus on those elements of, similar to Cameron Road Stage 1, whole new footpaths and pavers and a lot of that, urban revitalisation, but amenity and beautification element. And that's the other probably key challenges through here. We've looked really to focus on the key transport throughput functions. It doesn't preclude from those options potentially being delivered in the future through the berm areas, but largely the revised concept is look to stay away from those berm areas where possible and focus on the main carriageway.
And I guess, did you consider, for example, I noticed most of the corridors got either shared pathways or cycle lanes on both sides of the road. Did you consider, like prioritising one side where you had shared pathways or whatever, and then, leaving the other side?
Particularly in terms of cycleway facilities, there's options in terms of a bi-directional facility on one side of the street rather than on both sides. Feedback from cycle advocacy groups has been in preference of having particularly cycling facilities going in the direction of the traffic rather than bi-directional, but that was an option that was considered through the design development, and subject to further feedback from the proposed community engagement could be looked at again through the next phase. But yeah, we think we've got the appropriate facilities to cater for pedestrian and cycling functionality in the right way.
And if, like again, sorry, on that, have you looked at the the bus lane, cycle lane being shared and things like that? Like, is that something you considered?
It's not preferable, particularly in terms of delivering the intended cycling outcomes, particularly with a lot of school groups and anticipated the types of users for the cycle facilities along that corridor. We anticipate that if you're mixing those cyclists with, say, a bus lane or a high occupancy vehicle lane, you're likely to get less uptake in terms of cycling utilisation due to perceived safety and of those facilities.
And there's no option of like an offline cycle lane, like, I don't know, down, thinking like, what's that? There's that middle road between Cameron Road and Devonport Road.
So Fraser Street.
Sorry, not Fraser.
Yeah,
there's another one through the Avenue, like.
Yeah.
Devon.
Again, the intent behind the Cameron Road stage or the Cameron Road corridor, from a strategic network perspective, has been that is seen as a key cycling route and facility, along with public transport as a people movement corridor. There are opportunities on side streets. Again, they're probably less desirable, and we'd anticipate there'd be less utilisation in terms of throughput and uptake of those. So yeah, it's part of the original intent that we've looked to retain is retaining the Cameron Road corridor as a key cycling route consistent with the strategic network framework.
Yeah. Right, thank you. Councillor Currat.
Thank you, Chris. So in September, the National Infrastructure Financing Funding Agency is going to submit to the Minister some recommendations around the reviews of these applications. So given sort of what's in the report and what I've heard, and what you might think is in the Minister's head in terms of priorities that would help assist delivery of housing, etc., do you anticipate any outcome in particular, or you just don't know?
My short answer is it's hard to predict at the moment. What we're trying to understand what the guidelines are for the review, which NIF have provided to us, and what we're trying to provide is put our best foot forward. We're confident that from our perspective that the project is still delivering the intended outcomes that the funding arrangement was originally set up to deliver. And we're confident we can deliver it within the timeframes of what was originally set out within the funding agreement milestones. So, yeah, we're trying to work with them to understand what evidence or support do they need to, in order to make their recommendation, positive in terms of retention of that funding. But it's a continuing work in progress in that space.
Do you think some political help in terms of guiding the Minister in the right direction could be helpful always?
Yes, is the short answer, particularly given the criticality of Te Papa intensification to the city's growth outcomes, and yeah, important this project is to enabling and supporting that. I think reinforcement of the importance of this project to support continued housing outcomes for the city would be really beneficial.
All right, Councillor Morris.
I snuck in there, thank you. Just in relation to paragraph 56, which is to do with the TSP IFF funding, can you just step me through what the drawdown of that funding is and the impact of that on the rates invoice, bearing in mind that it's invoiced, it's a separate line item on the rates invoice. So is that TSP amount of the IFF already sort of drawn down and it's sitting there waiting to be activated, or is it drawn down as required? And what's the impact?
Yeah, so the team can, I'm not the expert in this, but I can give an overview and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the TSP IFF levy is already included in rates and it's a set function. So this project is already allocated under the existing IFF levy as a project for which funding is allocated. So effectively there's no impact or change as a result of this decision on that because it's already set as part of the IFF levy.
My understanding is we have a scheduled drawdown and the money comes when we schedule to draw down. So if we don't do the project at that time, we have to pay for it anyway. So that's that pretty much. But if we don't draw it down, then we can invest it and potentially get some of that back, but there's still a cost, isn't there? Yep. Councillor Roseburn.
Thank you, Mayor. Since you're asking us to approve for consultation, I would like some answers to some questions I'm about to get. There's a set of lights for a crossing opposite the school at 21st Avenue, and you're proposing another crossing by Kent Street, and you already raised concerns around being able to turn right. Why have we chosen to go with the pedestrian crossing in this and not put lights at the intersection and incorporate pedestrian crossing in the lights network to allow right turn out of those 21st and Kent Street? To me, it would make more sense if we join the two together as opposed to having a designated pedestrian crossing with lights. Someone please provide me for an answer to the public.
Thank you. I'll respond via the chair. Currently with the concept design, we focused on the traffic through working from the revised business case that was aligned with the 24 GPS. So we've looked at, from a safety perspective, about pedestrians crossing and less from a safety turning vehicle perspective of signalised junctions because they obviously slow down the vehicle movements. That's not to say that through the development of the concept to a 30% design, this remains very fluid to incorporate changes upscale, downscale. This is an early concept that we would take to 30% design following community engagement and part of an update or an uprev maybe to the business case before it came back to you for final for sign off to move into detailed design. So there's still a long way to go. This is a concept put forward based on the criteria of vehicle movements that still provide safety crossing for pedestrians. But we'd be happy to look at different options there.
Councillor Schuller.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the report, guys. Just a quick follow-up to the Mayor's question on the cycleways. Is there a significant, and fully respecting that the cycle community prefers the same way as the traffic, is there a significant difference in the project if you did go to the byway, whatever you call it? First question.
So in terms of from an overall cost and scope perspective, we don't see it as a significant saving or that they're kind of, there may be some differences between them, but we don't see it as material in terms of, significant.
So it would make sense if we could to deliver the best outcome.
Yeah, correct.
Good, thank you. And the second question, if I can, obviously a key function of this whole project is improving traffic flow, and you've got some numbers there on what that would look like. Just through the Greaton, obviously that's going to be a potential bit of a bottleneck. Just a question from the point around lights versus roundabouts, and what generally gives the best flow, and then the other part of that, would you, as per some of the other roundabouts in the area, in the city, where you've had signalised roundabouts. So what's going to provide, if we could do what's the best, what's going to provide the best, in our opinion?
Yeah, so it's a good question, and to premise that, we through the next stage in parallel with, or in advance of, or in parallel with the community consultation exercise, we'd be looking to undertake some further transport modelling to further inform that, because some of the work we've got today is it's informed the viability of the recommendations, but hasn't necessarily done a detailed analysis around those variances. So that's the first component. In terms of as outlined in the report, there are some benefits and compromises with all of the different intersection forms. The intended, in terms of just a pure transport throughput function for Cameron Road corridor, the modelling indicates that obviously a 4-lane approach is probably the preferable outcome, but a roundabout operation through an early modelling has been identified as the most efficient from a pure transport throughput perspective. However, that comes with other trade-offs and compromises as well. In terms of signals, you've got more control, potentially better pedestrian and cycle crossing facilities and safety functionality as well. So there's some further work to go on from a transport modelling perspective to, I think, alongside the community engagement to inform a preferred option through there.
Councillor Taylor.
We just talked briefly about engagement and going out there with this to talk to our people. One of the things that I've had a number of requests about is the placement of crossings in Greaton. I think it's a reasonably popular thing for people to poo-poo, and they don't really like it where it is at the moment. So given what we're talking about here, just really talking to the people out there that may be listening, their voice would be heard during this process, and they can have their say on what they don't like about that particular aspect of Greaton at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And acknowledging there has been previous consultation on the Cameron Road Stage 2 project. This project has been around a while, and we'd look to leverage off those the previous engagement and feedback that's already been received as well. But absolutely, yeah, we want to hear what people have to say, good, bad and ugly, in terms of the proposal or what would work for the community. Obviously, we've got it's a pretty challenging corridor, and there's trade-offs and compromises no matter which way you go. So we're trying to strike the right balance along that, and understanding people's views and perspectives becomes really important to inform that. Thank you.
So just reiterating, so this is their chance to have a say and to influence what we might do.
Councillor Crowther.
Thank you. Yeah, Chris, my understanding is we've got a pretty standardised structure for major projects. We have a steering group, a management group, and then the delivery team. And so in this case, we've got Richard leading delivery, and I understand we haven't, at this point, got those other two nestled into place fully. But I'm interested in terms of linking these major projects, 15th Turret, Cameron, and then we've got the arterial routes project. Do we have a program director still? Because I haven't caught up with all the roles, and is that the person who's going to ensure that all three projects will deliver on time? I'm not meaning on budget, but on time. so that they're coordinated in all the risks. You know, in other words, who is responsible and who will present us with the risks and the costs of ensuring that it does lead to that outcome?
So I'll answer that through two limbs. So in terms of delivery of the major projects portfolio, which includes Cameron Road Stage 2 and 15th Ave to Welcome Bay, that responsibility sits with myself, obviously through the delivery team, and obviously we work in close alignment across the rest of the network, which largely Mike Seaborn becomes our key conduit there in terms of particularly integrating with projects like the arterials route review or other network operation or network operations maintenance projects that are going on. So obviously we have a close alignment there. As you've noted, there are project steering groups and governance groups to align on those functionalities, and certainly from a whole of network perspective, we're looking to work closely with the transport team who own the network operation as a whole. So they're still responsible for operating and maintaining the network. We're building projects within it, so need to fit within that framework.
So through the chair, so what I'm taking it is that in terms of, if anything was to happen in terms of alignment, because that's so critical for this project, if there's an issue between the projects, that would fall to you as major projects and Mike as head of transport. Between the two of you, you could present us with, you know, if you don't invest X, then you may get a problem with the timing. Because that's the kind of information I'm wanting, is to have choice early, not later in the process.
Yeah, correct. And one of the key conduits for that is the regular report to the City Delivery Committee. So through that, we look to overlay the major projects that are going along and also map out some of those interdependencies associated with those projects as well. So that becomes one of the key forums for that regular reporting on particularly the construction and delivery timing and staging between the various projects and how that is tracking. So that becomes, we do have an existing feedback forum for elected members to monitor and manage that.
Second question, Richard, in your view, is this project's design process, is it geared up to get us the most sort of optimal cost-effective outcome? And I'm sort of looking at this, you know, we sort of have the fixed costs and you sort of have the, you know, the contract that we're working through on 15th Turret. So if you put that into Cameron Stage 2, sort of and we've got the known risk allowance and then you've got the contingency. So I'm aware that, you know, design, there's a lot of cost there if you haven't come in with design at the key point. So are we geared up now to get the most cost-effective outcome if we keep heading in the direction that we're going?
Good question. Thank you. Yes, in short, we go through SME collaboration through everything we do, and we take, you know, the transport orders, the other projects within major transports, all treated the same. It's about a city-wide operation that small parts fit into. And so those best practices through design, savings, risk assessments, risk mitigation strategies are all coordinated for that very purpose. That we, for example, we might make water savings through combining works with 15th to Cameron Road. And those processes are worked through consistently. So it's not just a one-off, it's a linked-up approach through the whole of infrastructure, and it's a consistent approach that we use, and we communicate all the way through under, obviously, Chris and Mike Seaborn's governance.
The next question is, like, do you think we've got a clear understanding of the risk levels? Because at a governance level, I'm not so sure we have. And I'm thinking of other projects that have rolled out. So for instance, I look at, people have talked about bidirectional cycleways. So there is a stretch there with bidirectional, and it's at quite a crucial stretch, given the development around there. And so if you look at something like the risk of deaths and serious injuries to pedestrians and cyclists because cars are right turning, crossing over, maybe by Bunnings there, or different locations along the route. Or if you look at another risk, would be the risk to intensification and property development if we don't allow easy right turn access. So you're actually basically devaluing properties potentially, because you might have people who have to do quite a circuitous route to get out safely, or you might ban right turn. I don't know how you'll handle that risk, but at this stage I sort of see we're at the level of some drawings on a piece of paper, but we haven't really had the conversation around our risk appetite around this project.
Yeah, thank you. Good question. So there's a couple of limbs to that risk profile. So the first I'd suggest is I think you started to go down a financial risk. Just around that, independent cost estimates have been developed for the options, which include relatively significant contingency allowances reflective of the early stage of design development. So that has been taken as lessons learnt from previous projects and potentially some optimism at the front end. We want to be confident that we can deliver these projects within the cost estimates. And we've also utilised our independent transport oversight group for some assurance around our cost estimation processes and making sure those are fit for purpose. Subsequently, obviously, as the design's developed, we'll be going through safety audit processes, and as the design's developed, we do anticipate things will change to reflect whether it's safety or optimisation, some of those components that you've noted. So, and that's effectively part of what that's relatively significant early stage design phase contingency budget is there to accommodate as well. So overall, we've taken lessons from some of those previous projects. We're incorporating that into our baseline planning from a delivery perspective, so that yes, we're aware there's a process still to work through, but we're confident we've got the appropriate allowances to address those as well.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess I'll share the questions. So I'll ask Marty a question. Seeing the staff, I don't think we're here with Cameron Road Stage 1. So I guess if you exclude what I'm calling the project management structure, the layers that you've put in, which is significant, so I'm not understating it, but putting that to one side, I guess I'm interested, what are we doing differently in terms of the process of where we push buttons on risk analysis and where we push the button on design for Cameron Road Stage 2 compared to Stage 1? So in other words, are the scope and purpose clearer? Are the trade-offs clearer? Are the risks clearer than they were? Because we kind of have read the reports for one. So I'm just trying to understand, are you confident as the guy ultimately in charge that this is a very different ball of wax?
Well, Nick's going to step in here by the look of it. But before he does, I think if you go back to the Cameron Road Stage 1 report and the various recommendations that were in that report, I think you'll find that by and large all those recommendations have been picked up around not only how we're approaching this project, how we've, if you like, prepared, designed. We will research into detail before we put a spade in the ground. So that's aside from, I think, any structures and or management systems that we have around. But Nick?
Yeah, that's right. So those recommendations from Cameron Road Stage 1, they are being implemented and actually very current at the moment, as well as we are putting a major project structure in place for oversight of the delivery of our broader major projects program, not only transport. I think it's worth pointing out too that timing the timing we have in leading up to this project is very different to Cameron Road stage 1. So we are giving ourselves the time that we do need in order to, like Marty say, go through each of those thresholds that generally are very critical in order to achieve successful delivery from a time, cost, quality perspective. And I think it's worth also, it's worth pointing out the learnings and the evidence we have of those learnings. Like if you, for instance, look at Papamoa East Interchange, we're delivering it early, we're handing back cash. That's on the back of previous learnings we've implemented, and we're giving ourselves the time and the scrutiny and making sure that we get all of that right before we start a project. And Tariko West Enabling Works is another one. I don't want to jinx anything here. We're not quite out of the ground on that one yet, but actually that is our biggest project ever. We're halfway through pretty much, and we're on time and on budget still, and on quality for that job. So we have talked at length about the clangers we have had in the past, but I think we can also start to focus on the successes that I think you should be able to see evidence of at the moment, and hopefully this will be one we add to the quiver of successes, of course. But I do feel that we're giving it every chance of success in the way that we're going about it, and planning slow and delivering fast. Thank you.
I'm interested, we've sort of got this budget that we've somehow, I can't quite remember how it happened, but we've sort of imposed a no impact on rates kind of budget, it seems. I'm just wanting to get maybe a view at this point whether, you know, by sort of not even allowing for the possibility of extending curbs in a few locations, you know, are we closing off something that, if you're looking at a long-term piece of infrastructure that has significant OPEX over the years, that we're kind of saving a few mil CapEx up front, which could lead to worse outcomes for our community and potentially have some implications for OPEX further down as we try to ameliorate issues. And I'll give one example, although you pick a number, but one of them is from Gate Park to Greaton on the eastern cycling route. You go shared cycleway, then you go separate cycleway, then you go shared cycleway, then you have nothing for a little stretch, which may be a blip in the map or something, but, and then you have a separated cycleway, then you have a shared cycleway, and then you have a separated cycleway again. And so I don't want to sort of hone in on just that particular issue, because it's getting a bit into the, you know, into the planning side of it, which I probably shouldn't get into, but more the principle of it. You know, with issues like that, do you sort of secretly sort of sit there and kind of go, oh, wish they could give us another 5 mil and we could just sort this out and have a nice solution?
Yeah, it's a good question. So what we've tried to do is optimise. Obviously, look to optimise the corridor where we can. This is a proposal in terms of where we think a reasonable level of trade-offs is to deliver the functionality. It's not to say we've said we shall stay within curb to curb, full stop. It's been let's use that as I guess a baseline to start to limit both the cost and the risk profile moving forward, and then we'll look at widening where there's benefit and where there's where there's opportunities for either an enhanced outcome or just because it's required. So some of those areas that you've highlighted there, they are some of the more space constrained areas along the corridor. So that does present a challenge. Through some of those components, you know, there might be opportunities within there through the next stage of design to look at options for a refinement of whether we look to continue an on-road cycle lane rather than switch to a shared path, for example. If there's but it will come with potential additional cost and additional risk. So that's where we think we've got the balance, at least at a concept level, right, but certainly open to feedback through the next stages, both from community and also from elected members as well, in terms of some of those options that may need to get considered through the next phase. But sorry, Nick's got a further comment.
Oh yeah, just another point on the balance that we're trying to strike here. That's actually a balance in order to deliver on the IAF contract. So I think we've got to recognise that actually we are not getting here what's optimal for the city. I think that would be a continuation of something with the look and feel of Cameron Road Stage 1. That's quite possibly what the city ultimately would like to have delivered. Now we can't afford that, so we are utilising the funding stack that we do have to strike a balance within the envelope that we need to deliver for the IFF funding to be achieved. So when we say on balance, it's actually not on balance for the totality of what we would be looking for, but it's on balance within the envelope that we've got. And of course, then it's a decision that could be made that if we want to deliver further amenity and get the look and feel and add bits and pieces to deliver a better overall outcome, we're happy to take funding to include that in the design and deliver it. But with the constraints that we've got, this is what we can do.
Thank you. I think that's a helpful answer. And I mean, I'd just say I think we're probably all in the space where we'd probably rather have options if there's a serious, trade-off that hasn't been covered. The next question, I have got two more questions. One's quick, one's a bit longer. So the quick one is, will the consultation be explicit about the number of new dwellings and people that are going to, that are in our plans to be along the corridor itself, but also in the wider western corridor? Because we've had public consultations, some of them quite significant public consultations, putting numbers out there. So dating back, probably I see Andy there, probably the urban strategy and different ones going through. I think it'd be really helpful to put a bit of information showing what was hoped for at one point, what's kind of seen as realistic now, and what is, I don't know if you say contractually bound or whatever in this funding agreement, where we have to sort of, do something that's going to deliver 1,600 dwellings in the corridor itself, is my understanding. But I think to have those two sets of numbers, the numbers in the corridor itself and the number that are going to be hopefully to some significant extent going through the corridor from the western corridor on public transport or biking or whatever, however they get there, or of course cars. So is that something you can, it doesn't have to be complex, maybe just a table? Or...
I think the short answer is yes, because I think that's really important context as part of community engagement as to why the project is progressing. So yeah, I think how that looks is something we can look to refine, but fundamentally, I think that seems reasonable.
So, and my last question is kind of on that. So my understanding of the reality of where we're at is that we probably all have great desires to have more intensification there. We also have developers telling us where they perceive the market for it is, and we'll probably get somewhere in the middle of extremes as normal. But I know Marty had kind of put out the idea of this was our, I'll quote you again, Marty, our London Underground, Cameron Road, was to sort of connect the centres. So we'll go back to this UFD connected centres. We've got 3 centres. One of them's Tauriko, one of them's CBD. This was the route that, for better or worse, was in that plan. And so therefore the argument for high frequency public transport along there is quite compelling, because if we don't, according to the current plan, we just will not be able to service all those people. On the other hand, there is a tension there, of course, and trade-offs needed around the people living there. So you have this trade-off between the high density along the corridor, people like kids needing to go across the road to get to school. Older people, we've got an ageing demographic, they will increasingly be living there because they can probably afford it more, because we know it won't be cheap apart from social housing. So all those factors come into it, and you have presumably safety risks to take into. So massive complex issue. Can we please sort of see if there's a way to get some of that trade-off? Because out of everything else in this consultation, you'll get cycle groups will presumably come along and they'll feedback on cycleways. You'll probably get regional council who give good input onto public transport anyway. What I'm concerned about is the fundamental tension in this project between, is it a high-frequency four-lane road, potentially you could say dividing a community, or is it a place-making project? We seem to have gone down the four-lane road. I can see why I, at this point, support it, but can we really be explicit in the consultation to get that out in a way that people can give feedback? Because once we do it, it's going to be hard to claw that back.
So yes, that is obviously a key component of the community engagement, and something we'll look to refine in terms of how we ask those questions and what specific questions we look to ask. You're 100% right that what we're looking to deliver, or the concept here, is a future-proofed infrastructure corridor. How that's allocated over time, there's potential. There's options there that council can make a decision on, as you say, between throughput functions, or particularly the likes of where to retain parking versus how and when you operate either the high occupancy vehicle lanes or future implementation of dedicated public transport lanes. There's flexibility there moving forward. We anticipate that that will change over time, particularly as growth starts to happen. Some of those services may not be warranted on day one, but may be warranted on in future. And what we're looking to provide is a future-proof corridor to facilitate that. But 100% we'd be looking through the consultation and engagement exercise to get feedback on what the needs of today are, as well as balancing that up with the needs of the future.
Councillor Curran.
Thank you, Chris. So when we look at one of the key outcomes is enabling housing growth, we talk about going into this and not impacting on rates, and we talk about potential scope increase and enhancement to get additional outcomes. When I look at the engagement, excuse me, in the document, you have key stakeholders, but you don't actually mention developers, because why I'm thinking, they're a critical part of this, and potentially they might buy into additional development contributions if it helps, deliver or gives them the opportunity to make it feasible in terms of what the customers want. Is that something that you were going to, put a bit of focus on, is engaging with the development community around this?
Yeah, that's a really good point and good question. Absolutely, we haven't defined what that stakeholder list is, but absolutely the key developers or proposed developers within the area would be a key part that we'd be looking to consult and engage with, and that's a good point in terms of opportunities to seek. How do we best align their development aspirations and needs moving forward, and where some of the opportunities within the design or from a funding perspective are. So that's a good point. We'll take that one away. Thank you.
I think the other advantage, if it's this early engagement before the Minister makes his decision, is that the developers could assist with that lobbying and political support if they knew that they were getting a project that will certainly warrants that investment.
All right. Is there any further questions? If there's no further questions, thank you very much, staff. We're actually going to break for lunch. We'll come back and put the motion on the table and have a debate. We'll take 45 minutes for lunch, so we'll come back at 1:15. we should be, should be I'm just going to ask for the motion to be put up for Cameron Road Stage 2, which we were talking about. Just have a read of. I'm happy to move that. I have a seconder. Yeah, Councillor Taylor will second. Look, I appreciate what staff have done. I think they've delivered a pretty good outcome for us. Obviously, there's still a lot of what-ifs, and the big what-if there is $56.4 million of the IAF. But what we've heard from staff today is within this envelope, we can deliver a project that achieves 100% of the outcomes of the original project for approximately half the cost. And that's just being smart with our design, and we have to make some compromise. That is clear. If you're going to save the best part of $80 million, you can't have all the nice to haves, and make it look all pretty, and there's going to be some things that don't quite achieve what the original project does. But if we want to deliver a project, this is our best opportunity to deliver it. A good outcome for the ratepayer. We get the 100% of the outcomes of that throughput, the transit lanes, the bike paths, the footpaths, with achieving it in an envelope. And I guess my concern here is if we don't go along this path, it's kind of like Turret Road, 15th Ave. We've had to go with a suboptimal solution. However, it's a solution that will deliver, and it will give us something now. Otherwise we're going to be talking about this in 10 years' time, and it's probably going to be $300 million, and our 50% share is 150 million, and we're still having to compromise on the outcome. So I'm very supportive of getting this done. Obviously, as I said, there's a lot of what-ifs, and very happy to advocate with Minister Bishop to try to get him to continue to approve this, because I think it's although we don't have the NZTA funding, effectively we achieve the same result with still $20 million that the ratepayer will pay. But whether we do this project or another project, they'll be paying that anyway, because that's the IFF levy that is in place. So that's my view, and I think it's a very good step, and I appreciate the staff in coming up with a very practical solution. Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to endorse all the comments the Mayor made about the revamped project. I think it's great. I'd also just like to push you out there. I think I said it earlier on. We're about to go out to engagement on this with the people, and I think it's their opportunity to come up and sense check what the design looks like now that it's sort of had slight compromises to it. I think it's good that the people get a chance to comment and give us their feedback, and hopefully the end project will give us a result that we're looking for.
Anyone else wish to speak to it? Yep, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this. I think staff have been doing a lot of work and getting it into shape. I think probably for me the three things are to make sure the public has a genuine say on the key issues, which I kind of outlined in my questioning, so I won't repeat those. I think it's important that elected members that we get a really thorough and explicit set of understandings and decisions around the risk, because I think that's one of the big learnings from Cameron Road Stage 1 was that it was just the known risks were not taken into account early enough. And then you've got contingencies, which are all the unknowns. But and then the third thing is, I think I still have a little hesitation. I appreciate the reassurances from Marty and the GM about what's different. But to me, what I'd be looking for is to make sure we really thoroughly understand the trade-offs, the prioritised outcomes before we spend more money on design, because I think otherwise we're just going to have, you know, an extra spend up later on in the project, which again happened when we ran into some issues with Cameron Road Stage 1, and just using that as the example, but it's happened on other projects as well. So I think if we can line that stuff up really, really tightly with the robust structure that you've put in place, Marty, I think, you know, that can help to sort that out. But I think we have a very tight time frame, and I just want to make sure we don't end up creating undue risks and costs that we haven't factored in. And I would just note to the public that although, as you say, Mahe, that there's no extra cost, that there is, of course, the opportunity cost. And what we've lost really from the IAFF funding was a series of projects there that were going to be part of that, partly funded by IFF. And things like, certainly my neck of the woods, there's the Automotai Accessible Streets program, there's some public transport infrastructure, there are other things that we are not, you know, there's a massive spend up on public transport infrastructure that's not happening now. So I think that's the trade-off cost. And I'm not saying I don't support this, I'm just suggesting that that needs to also sit there somewhere so that we don't lose sight of the fact that our staff within the last week have made a presentation to the Transport Committee saying that we are going to have major congestion even if we have more investment into public transport. If we don't do that investment, it'll be even worse. So I think we really have to contextualise this and understand this is just one piece of a whole system that we have to invest in.
For any other discussion, Councillor Shawlett?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, fully support this across a number of levels, but you know, to us to be in control, and I think today a key thing is us showing that intent that we are serious about delivering this project by 2030 to help hopefully lock in some of these financial opportunities that are there, and also understanding that there are elements of our water and wastewater infrastructure that will need to occur in the near future along this route as well. So being able to tie those two in. The delivery, obviously, of a 4-lane carriageway right through is a key project, a key outcome to improve housing and flow within the city. The other thing, I suppose, that's just an interesting point. You know, the car parking along the roads has been an issue, and it was a bit of an issue with the first stage. 338 car parks, 300 of which it looks like they could be retained, close to 90%. And then for one small area, I think it's Chadwick to Pools at the southern end of G-Town, of Greerton, less there at the moment, but therefore across the rest of the network, you're looking at almost a 96% retention of car parks outside of those busy hours. So, yeah, a lot of outcomes and a lot of good for the future of the city, so fully support it.
Right. There's no further discussion. Then I'll put the motion. So what we're doing here, we're receiving the report. We're confirming our intent and commitment to deliver the Cameron Road Stage 2 project, and we're endorsing to progress to community engagement. And I think to Councillor Taylor's point, this is an opportunity for the public to have their say and give us, honest feedback. One, different options through Greerton Village as to how you see that works the best. But two, is this a project that you value and think will add value to our city? So that is the opportunity now for people to have their say. Obviously, we've heard a lot of discussion as to why we're putting this forward to that engagement part. So I'll now put that motion to the table and ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you. That ends our public session for today. Now, I call for a mover and seconder to go into publicly excluded to consider a couple of items around minutes, the litigation report and the digital program that we are going to discuss. So if I got a mover and seconder to move into public, Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Crowther, thank you. All those in favour of going into publicly excluded, the general subject matter of each of matters to be considered while the public is excluded, the reason for passing this resolution in relation to each matter, and the specific grounds under Section 48 of the Local Government Information Act for the passing of this resolution are as follows, and that is included in the agenda. All those in favour? Those against? Are we in publicly excluded? Thank you. We'll just give it a minute while we change the video. Oh, okay. Sorry. We just need to pass a resolution that we recognise Will Pete is an external and he will be allowed to stay in publicly excluded to talk about the digital program. So happy to move, and Councillor Kurak will second that. All those in favour? Those against? Will Pete, welcome. You're